And I think I like the vibe in him because I saw him at River State. I also saw him in Abuja during the inauguration of the president and the investiture of the new fellows. Let's make welcome Pharmacists. We know him as MCD, Dr. Spice, but he is Pharmacist Joseph Ebrim. He's also the publicity secretary of PSN River State. While I was coming this morning, the discussion on radio was youth participation in politics, okay? And I think Pharmacist Joseph epitomizes that. Youth participation in politics, PSN politics. You start from, the guys on the radio said start from the world level, so he's starting from the world level. And I can assure you, Joe, yesterday I saw that ECOWAS now has Council of the Wise. Hello? Do you know who who is leading that council? Our own pharmacist council, our own pharmacist Jonah. So our own Jonah, immediate past president of Nigeria. He is the he is leading ECOWAS Council of the Wise. So guys, aspire to be president too, so that tomorrow you can lead the So with that, I welcome Fans Joe, and we'll be working together. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Perhaps I would have said I'm the only one who hasn't had tea this morning, but since I have you, I have my tea. But thank you so much for the introduction. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited to be here. I've been introduced as the incoming MC, but I'm just wondering, I think I need some internship, at least if not for anything, to see how I can take in my voice. Please, let's put our hands together for tea. So in the Board of Fellows, they have a tea. All right, this morning, my job is to guide us through this event, to make sure it's very interesting, and to also help us see and invite, of course, those who will tell us and arm us with what we need as industrialists to navigate the very turbulent economic landscape of our great nation. On this note, we are already a bit behind schedule, so I'd like to establish the protocols for this event. Meanwhile, may I also request those behind to please come forward? It's looking a bit scanty. Just to let us know that this event is not just physical, it's also virtual. So if the place is so scanty, ACPN will laugh at us. So let's. You know, I like the pharmacy profession. ACPN has the numbers, but if you remove NAIP, nothing come out. So let's put our hands together for ourselves. NAIP is where it all happens. You know, if you come to a conference without NAIP, is it that everybody is just? If you remove NAIP from the conference, I'm wondering what will happen, because NAIP is the image. I mean, the beauty of the pharmacy profession. The only problem I have with NAIP is that most times NAIP is divided into two: those who wear suits and those who wear branded T-shirts during conference. Do you agree with me? The only thing is. NAIP is always very proud to identify themselves. Those in the hospital, you know, they can't wear the word coat to the conference. So most times, they even hardly come. I've not said anything. It's possible they are not even following us, so let me just behave myself. All right, permit me to, at this point, do we have any ushers? I would like to, we have in our midst the chairman of the occasion. I wouldn't be constituting the high table for now. Let me just establish the protocols, then we move on. The chairman of the occasion for today is Dr. S.O.K. Apa. Dr. S.O.K. Apa, the managing director of SKG Pharma Limited. He's a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for him, please. We also have the chief host, the president of the PSN, Professor Cyril Odianose Usifo, fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, ably represented by the Deputy President South, Dr. Egbuna Udeora, FPSN. A round of applause for him this year. We also have in our midst the one we call the double prophet, the Registrar of PCN, and also the sub-team speaker, Dr. Elijah Mohammed, FPSN. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for our distinguished guests as they arrive, ably escorted by our own Vice Chairman, Pharmacist Bankole Ezebilo. Let's put our hands together for them as they come in. We can do more than that. This program is tightly packed. It will be a grave sin for any pharmacist to miss out on today's occasion. We also have the guest speaker today, Mr. Johnson Egu Chukwu, the MD CEO, Cowry Asset Management Limited. We can appreciate him, please. And we have one of the very big influencers in the pharma industry, the MD of a very popular and very resourceful conglomerate, the WWCVL, Mr. Santosh Kumar. We also have our discussant for today, Dr. Ozemena Naji, the Director, Trade and Exchange, Central Bank of Nigeria. Let's appreciate him, please. We also have the Zonal Coordinator of our Great Council, PCN Lagos Zone, Dr. Mrs. Ukamaka Okafo. Let's appreciate her. And right in front of me, we also have the past chairman of NAIP. Please, a round of applause for them.
All past chairmen of NAIP here present, please be upstanding for recognition.
There's one here. Please, all past chairmen of NAIP. Our own National Secretary of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Prince Pharmacist Benga Falabi, FPSN. Okay?
Pharmacist Shorarin is one of them.
Course, yes.
Pharmacist IG Anuku. The good thing is that all of them are FPSN. Yeah. You're welcome. We're happy to have you in our midst. I am aware that the Lagos Zonal Coordinator of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria is here, but there's a protocol in the PCN. She will not come up until her boss comes. So, madam, wherever you are, stay there. I will invite you when Dr. Elijah Mohammed comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All MD and CEOs of companies here present. We have the MD, the Managing Director of May and Baker, Mr. Pat Aja. Please, let's put our hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. We have Zonal Chairman of NAIP here present. Please, could you also stand and take a bow? The Zonal Chairman of NAIP. I'm seeing only two. Is it mainland and island? All NAIP members here present, pharmacists present, physically and virtually. Members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Banjo, I was aware that the MD of Morrison Pharmaceuticals is here. Pharmacist Soji is here present. So I'll be up standing for recognition. And please, may I take the opportunity to invite all MD CEOs present here to be upstanding for recognition. We may not be able to take you one by one. Please, let's have you standing. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, at this juncture, without wasting much time, I think we'll go straight to the opening prayer and the national anthem. This morning, our opening prayer will be, as it has become the norm, the second stanza of the national anthem. Please, may we be upstanding. I'd like to, at this point, also recognize our media partners, the very industrious and amazing Pharmastreamtv. Please, let's put our hands together for them. They will ensure that pharmacists all over the world follow us at this event. much. May we resume our seat. Once again, I'd like to recognize all our online guests, participants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Once again, you are welcome. And we also like to apologize for keeping our online participants waiting. So please, we are very sorry. We had to sort out a few things. At this juncture, before I introduce and welcome the chairman to deliver the opening remark, I'd like to thank the NAIP for inviting me. The NAIP chairman, I'd like to say thank you. And I bring you greetings from Rivers State, the flyover capital of the Federation. For this singular gesture of inviting me from Rivers State, when you come to Rivers State, I have discussed with the governor who will give you one flyover. At this point, may I respectfully invite to deliver the welcome remarks the chairman, the national chairman, our host for today, the national chairman of NAIP, pharmacist Ken Onuegbu, FPSM. Please a round of applause for him.
Yeah, good morning, professional colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our top CEOs, my friends, my associates, and of course, all the past leaders of NAIP. Today is actually a fulfillment of our promises kept over the years. We have made it a tradition to have this kind of forum, economic outlook, every year, to take a very cursory look at what happened the previous year, and from there we can draw a chart for the year in view. This has helped us to face our current economic realities, so that in doing our financial planning, we can tap from the wealth of resources of experts, and it will become a very good compass mark for us to follow. So I'm delighted today that within a very short period of time, we beckon on our friend, Mr. Johnson Egu Chukwu, to come and handle this topic for us. And of course, he gave us a very overwhelming acceptance. And that's why we are having him today. Thank you very much, sir. We duly appreciate you. A very simple man. The day we visited him in his office, I was expecting to see a very old professor and all the rest of it. When I saw him, I said, to God be the glory, and he was quite friendly and very, very receptive. Sir, we thank you. And of course, our very own erudite, you need to listen to him. And I'll call him my own senior brother, the MD of SKG Pharma. He has graciously accepted us to be the chairman of today's occasion. And you can see him here and live. So, sir, we appreciate you. And all your support, honestly, we are not going to take it for granted. When we came on board as the new executive, the first company we paid a sort of advocacy visit is WWCVL, because of course, the importance nature of what they do in the country, the nature of their services. You need to borrow a lot of leave from what they are doing in terms of drug distribution and all the rest of them. And honestly, there he accepted to be the major sponsor of today's event. And if you take a look, you can see WWCVL scattered everywhere. Mr. Santosh Kumar, thank you, we appreciate you. And of course, our friends from CBN, the notice also came to you within a very short period of time. And honestly, we appreciate that, honestly, you came here today to give honor to this special program. And I would not fail to appreciate every other, our FIP representative, and of course, all the CSM top CEOs here present. And of course, you, NAIP, you made it possible. Without you, honestly, there won't be such program we have today. So, ladies and gentlemen, honestly, today is your day. It is not my day. It is your day. So let us kickstart the program immediately without wasting much time by allowing the chairman of today's occasion to start the ball rolling. Thank you, and God bless you.
Knows how to do that, and that is the PSM president, Professor Cyril, ably represented by Chief himself, Ebune, Deputy President South, FPSM. You're welcome, sir. So solely reserved for me to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished colleagues. It's my singular honor to be here and to be asked to chair such an important gathering of NAIP. And on that note, I want to start by thanking our chairman, fellow Ken, Onuegbu FPSN, who, thank you, who actually came to my office to ask me to do this. It was quite an interesting conversation because for some time now, I retired myself temporarily from gatherings like this because some of us have fought too much for too long. But when Ken came, NAIP is so much in my mind and dear to me, despite the fact that I may not be seen as regularly as is required of me. So fellow Ken, I want to say thank you to you. I appreciate. I also want to thank our immediate past chairman, our own IG. Where is he? I saw him. Okay, he's almost ubiquitous. You see him here and then he's over there. So, IG, thank you for the great job you did. And over the past years, NAIP has been fortunate to have very strong chairpersons. I think in this hall, I can recognize two. My brother Shola is there, past chairman. Thank you for being here. And my brother Benga is here. Thank you for being here. And thank all of you for the work you've done in keeping this very important arm of PSN. And representing our president is fellow Ebuna, our deputy president. You're here. Thank you very much for coming. And it's a pleasure to receive you in Lagos. So many people to recognize. My younger brother, Patrick Aja, MDC and Baker. It's great to have you in the hall. My protege, Bankole, who I would like to have all the time, but he's grown too big now to be around me. So it's so good to see your younger ones grow. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize you wherever you are. It's great to be a member of NAIP. They forced me to carry this from my office, so please forgive me. Now I can retire it here. Now I go to the head table quickly. Our guest speaker, you're welcome, sir. We are full of expectation because we know your pedigree. Johnson Chukwu, and our own Santosh Kumar. You are ubiquitous. I was just telling Kumar that WWCV is not just a company. It's part of the national healthcare infrastructure. If you look at the work they do and the volume of health commodities they control in the value chain. So it is always important to have you around. From CBN, we want to say thank you for coming, sir. My work as the chairman is not much by way of remark, but just to welcome all of us and to ask us to make this meeting count. Because very often we have meetings that don't count. And that is one of the reasons why some of us are weary when you invite us. Because we say, what is it we're going to do? Just to go and talk again? But when you look at the topic we have chosen, and you look at those who have accepted to come, you'll find out that this is not just a meeting, it's an opportunity for us as pharmacists, as business people, as professionals, to think and see how we can translate our thoughts into action so that we can all create better values. And that is how we remain relevant. The topic is talking about how we can manage our businesses in turbulent times, post-COVID. You know, Shola was asking me when we were conversing, he said, okay, where have you been? And I told him what a past chairman of this group told me in a joke, Ima Ikuno. And I said, Ima, where have you been? Ima said, you know, when you're flying an aircraft and it hits turbulence, and the announcement comes, tighten your seatbelt, everywhere goes quiet. So, you know, post-COVID is quite a challenging time. But there is something that we must not do. We must not waste COVID. The biggest thing we can do is to waste COVID. COVID has presented us with opportunities. We should not waste it. And what are those opportunities? There are lessons that COVID threw up. Very big lessons that COVID threw up. And what COVID did is to show us the level of disruption that can happen to what we took for granted. All of a sudden, the whole world came tumbling and went upside down. Let me just share with you a few of the things I was sharing with Shola. When COVID came in the industry, like you all know, I work for SKG Pharma. And a couple of us here work in supply chain and all that. To our surprise, we saw how this industry and a country can be brought to its knees. You have LCs confirmed for raw materials. If it is dollar they want, CBN gives you dollar, you wired it. And you hear that your goods can be shipped because the exporting government have put a ban on anything medication, raw material from leaving their country. That was the situation. And so you see something like chloroquine phosphate, when it was muted to be active. You see something like 500 kg that is in the pipeline, circulating from one person to the other. Today, it is 4,000 per kilo. Tomorrow, it goes to 12,000 per kilo. It went to 35,000 per kilo, and it went to 40,000 per kilo. And yet, you can't get it. That is turbulence. That's disruption. And the question is, no matter how you argue, down the road, whoever controls your supply chain controls your value chain. The critical question is, how do you take control of these two things, your value chain and your supply chain? How do you minimize the level of vulnerability as an industry, as a country, as a group of professionals?
We are the drug information. We are the public health. We are the just name it. We are the
Thank you very much. Once again, let's put our hands together for ourselves. Indeed, we are pharmacists. May I respectfully invite the President, Professor Cyril Odianose Usi for FPSN, ably represented by Dr. Sir Ebuna Udiora.
The Chairman of the occasion, the Registrar of PCN, Chairman of NAIP, and the schools of NAIP. Greetings from PSN, President, and the ESCO. We are happy to felicitate with NAIP, and the PSN President is unavoidably absent, and we would love to be here because NAIP is the major sponsor of PSN in everything we are doing. And the Secretary of PSN is also a past President of NAIP. So everything NAIP is doing, PSN will like to be present. If the President have chance, he will definitely be here. He called the NAIP chairman and asked that I be here to represent him. You will agree with me that NAIP is one of the strongest arms of PSN. Some people will argue that it's not the strongest because their number is small. But when you look at it critically, you will know that NAIP sponsors both ACPN and AHAP and NAPA. And some people will argue it's because they are building brand. They want to establish their brand. But you agree with me that with the turbulence we are talking about post-COVID, that 80%, more than at any point in time, for instance, let me use Prof as an example. If you have 100 Prof Registrar brand in Nigeria, when things were smooth, you will agree with me that you have a lot of brand competing and you are struggling with you will be struggling to develop your brand. But right now, the situation we have is like we are going back to the situation of have the product and you sell it. The competition is still there, but the most important thing is to have your product available. If you don't have your product available, what are you promoting? I believe NAIP members are always part of what we are doing because of the love they have for the profession. The captains of the industry here, we are pleased with you. Greetings from PSN President. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, the NAIP chairman, for organizing this function. I will tell the president how successful the function is. And I would also like to use this opportunity to thank our guest speakers for accepting to come, to thank you for being here, to put us through, to help us in planning before we move into this year very well. The chairman of occasion it's always a delight listening to you. When he was doing his welcome program, it was as if he had gone into the keynote because he talked about the problem, and that is the practical problem we are having in the industry. We in the industry and part of it, and in PSN, ESCO, we always work with NAIP and always be present, at least physically present. I believe it's time for us in PSN to start marketing NAIP, see them as their customers, and go and meet them regularly, because without them, we will not be able to function as strongly as what we are doing. Thank you very much, NAIP. Thank you all for coming, and I hope we have a wonderful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for our president. Thank you. He has well spoken. And big thanks. We'll continue to thank, as pharmacists, we thank NAIP, because if NAIP decides to do like NLC and goes on strike, we are finished. Thank you so much. At this point, I'd like to invite to deliver the Goodwill messages, and the kind permission of the ESCOs, I've been asked to inform our Goodwill message deliverers that please would like to do it one minute, just very speedily, swift. I'd like to invite our own very past chairman of NAIP, and not just a fellow of PSN, but a fellow of the FIP, pharmacist Sholarin. Please let's put our hands together for him. Let's appreciate him till he gets here. You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll strive very hard to make it brief. First, I want to congratulate all past chairmen of NAIP for initiating this, Benga, IG, and of course the incumbent Ken. One of the management experts says plans are useless, but planning is very, very important. And that becomes very, very succinct when we look back 2 years and found that at the beginning of 2020, you had very, very serious plans, but COVID happened, and all of us are here. But this message and the lesson to learn from COVID like OK mentioned earlier, is that Nigeria dodged the bullet. We were terribly exposed, but what helped us was that we were not as hit as other countries in the world. As members of the global healthcare community, we should be proud that we rose up to the occasion, because the comparison is usually made between what happened 2 years ago and what happened in 2018. In 2018, until the pandemic ended, they couldn't identify the virus. But in 1918, they couldn't identify the virus. In 2020, the healthcare community not only identified the virus, but in 12 months, we were able to start injecting vaccines into people's arms, okay? But Nigeria was missing. And it's not because we had not been trying, but I dare say our plans never situated us in the global context of things. And I want to challenge Mr. Johnson Chukwu today that please, when we're doing this outlook, let us look beyond Nigeria, because it's becoming embarrassing that given the place we occupy in the world, we are failing the black community, we are failing the global community in not being able to produce certain important things, most especially vaccines. So I look forward to us discussing things and answering questions as to how yeah, you're welcome. So answering questions as to how we can play in the global scheme of things. I bring you greetings and warm felicitations from the Industrial Pharmacy section of the FIP, and to assure you that if there are things we need, resources, most especially intellectual, the IPS is there for you, and you only need to ask. I wish you all very, very happy deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him once again. While his address was going on, a very distinguished pharmacist arrived. Permit me to respectfully recognize one of the most handsome presidents of PSN. Is anybody in the house who disagrees? No. Those in support say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The nays didn't come for the sitting. I'm talking about the Honorable Consul General of Nigeria to Pakistan, the MD and founder of Pharma Plus. I'm talking about pharmacist Ahmed Ibrahim Yakasai, FPSN.
He is no longer IPP, he is previous president.
No, I didn't say IPP. Very soon we'll put ancestor. Okay. Okay. All right. I'd like to also recognize the presence of the Managing Director, New Heights Pharmaceuticals Limited, pharmacist Ogeneshuko Omurai. Please, a round of applause for him. May I now respectfully invite a man who has done exploits in the pharma space, pharmacist Ade Popola, MD Reels Group, a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. A round of applause for him. Is he here? Okay, I'm told to skip that. I'd like to invite may I also invite the National Secretary of PSN, a former past chairman of NAIP, our own Pharmacist Prince Benga Falabi, FPSN. Please, a round of applause for him. Sir, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. The chairman of this occasion, my own brother, pharmacist Okeapa, who each time he's looking for me, he knows what I will say. I tell him that this is not work. that was when I was appointed national chairman of NAIP. I thought it was just to be there with just to gravitate, wear the cap, and have the swag of feeling good as chairman. Little did I know that is a lot that is expected. And we thank God that we were able to weather the storm. We were able to do exactly what our people, could continue, and it was a great opportunity for us to serve at that time and still serving. And thank God that the people who came immediately after, IG, now Ken, are also adding and flying that flag really higher, for us as professionals in Nigeria. I believe that one day we will gather like this and we will be celebrating pharmacy at a greater height in this country. We know we've been talking about medicine security even well ahead 5-6 years before COVID struck. But it seems we've been paying lip attention to it. We're just saying it. We're not really doing so much, to make that to happen. I'm happy that now pharmacists are getting more involved in the socio-economic space. That was why we started this economic outlook, and it has really added value. When we now go back in the board meeting, we speak like not as so ignorant, well, you can say a pseudo-economist, because now we are more enlightened. We know what to say. We know where the economy is likely to swing. And this has increased our value in the system, which is the reason why we have colleagues coming all the way from Kano, all the way from Kwara State or your state, to be part of this so that they can take the message, apart from the fact that we have online presence today. I would just want to say this. Please, let's remember that the essence of this is for us as colleagues in our management meetings, in our board meetings, to be better pharmacists, not just seen as a pharmacist, but also seen as someone who could, make positive contributions that will help the organization that we represent, to do better. And I believe that the keynote speaker for today and the array of other supporting speakers will certainly help us so that 2022 will launch us into the recovery phase, especially for the pharma sector. On this note, let me congratulate the incumbent chair, Pharmacist Ken Onuegbu FPSN, and all the new fellows of NAIP that were just invested few days back. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Once again, let's put our hands together for our National Secretary and past Chairman of NAIP. It's also good to note that, when people come and speak, when our elder, the chairman of the occasion, spoke, he mentioned a couple of names. So we have the best of leaders from NAIP. Let's put our hands together once again for our past chairman. Thank you. I'm just worried. It's like there's a height specification for chairman of NAIP. I keep looking up when I'm handing over the mic. Thank you so much. It's good. May I now, in the same vein, welcome to address us a past chairman of NAIP and the immediate past CPC chairman of the PSN. I'm talking about Pharmacist, IG, and Chukwu, FPSN. Please, a round of applause for him. You see what I'm talking about again.
It's only when Shola Sholari comes in, everybody's short. Good morning, Chairman of the occasion, the President of PSN, our own Registrar, our special guests, guest speakers, and distinguished Emeritus, President Emeritus. You're welcome, sir. You have really surprised all of us. Welcome. Speech making is not my strength. and then you are called all of a sudden to come and make speech after Dr. Kaba, Shola Sholari, Benga Falabi. So I just want to say welcome so that we can listen to Mr. Chukwu. Thank you.
Thank you. He is the only Inspector General among pharmacists. And that's why he says very short sentences, because action is behind that. Thank you, my immediate past chairman. It is also a good thing to have on the podium the President Emeritus. I think I've learned that today. And let me just stop the allergy. Let's have your Goodwill message. Thank you, sir. That's the reason why you have tea. Pulling surprises.
I just came to listen to what my friends are going to say. It's okay. The chairman of the occasion, the guest speaker, I can see Mr. Johnson, Cowry, money man, asset manager. My registrar, double prophet, you will live for life. The representative of the President PSN, I understand the Deputy President South, the National Secretary, the Chairman from NAPSA back to Nigeria, Mr. Ken. He used to be there, but thank God he's back home. All the captains of industry, particularly I saw my friend Santosh, you are there, well protected by the chairman of the occasion, Okiafa. NAIP members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, when I heard about this session, looking at what COVID has done to pharmacy profession, positively or negatively, what COVID has done for Nigeria, Africa, and global, I said I must come and learn something from the speakers, the guest speaker, and indeed the panelists. But I want to drop one message to you, that yes, in Nigeria there is hope. So many things are happening. I've been just appointed as an individual or independent evaluator of National or Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, NSIA, to look into the possibility of manufacturing APIs and excipients in Nigeria. They have the money, they have the dollars, and they are ready to spend. But in the interim, they want to start importing bulk raw materials with your support and collaboration, and to sell at cost. They are not making profit. So that we will be able to achieve the national drug policy, which says we should produce 70% at home. So we're working very hard to see that, yes, if Pakistan can have medicine security, manufacturing 70% of what they consume, if India can have, yes, you have all the APIs, you have all the molecules and what have you, why not Nigeria? The largest in Africa. Still the GDP is high, even though when you come to the misery index, we are still very low. But I want to assure you, the next thing will be manufacturing. Manufacturing, manufacturing. That is why I'm going into manufacturing. That's why I came to see what I can learn. I'm tired of trading. I want to go into manufacturing, and it will be the way to go. Thank you very much. So it is my honor to be here, to be with you, and I want to pray to God to make this session a very successful one, and may you continue to grow from strength to strength. May God bless you pharmaceutically. Thank you.
Is that clap for me or for Alaji? I'm sure you didn't hear him very well. That he's been appointed a sole evaluator for API manufacturing in Nigeria. I think that's a good one to take away from here. Thank you, Alaji. I need to also put on record that when you were the PSM president, you never missed any of our outlooks. You never missed any of our NAIP gathering. Thank you for coming. I want to acknowledge those online. I'm aware that the PSM president is online too. So, Prof, we know you are listening to us. We acknowledge your presence online. Thank you for being there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Big Bang. I may introduce Spicy to come and read and welcome the special guest speaker to this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Alaji, thank you so much for giving us a message of hope. Now we have another prophet in our midst. Distinguished guests, may I, at this point, invite the guest speaker who will feed us, who will establish the true essence of our gathering today. May I request Mr. Johnson Chukwu to please stand as we peruse through, as we digest a little bit of the stuff this great man is made of. Our guest speaker today, Mr. Johnson Chukwu, is a founder and managing director, Cowry Asset Management Limited. He is the chairman, Standard Alliance Insurance PLC. He is the chairman, Fidelity Pensions Managers Limited. He is the chairman, Virgin Forest Energy Limited. He is a member board of directors, Royal Cross Methodist Hospital, Gweke, Abia State. A fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, FCA. A fellow, Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, FCTI. Honorary senior member, Chartered Institute of Bankers, member Institute of Directors, to mention but a few. He has attended courses from the Harvard Business School, Boston, USA, IESE Business School, University of Navarra, Barcelona, Spain, the Wharton Business School, to mention but a few. He is a regular speaker at the AFSIC Investigating African Conferences in London. He's a media commentator on the economy, capital market, and banking industry. He's been involved and has also shared his wealth of expertise at Spring Bank PLC between 2006 to 2007, Guardian Express Bank PLC 2000 to 2006, Diamond Bank PLC 1997 to 2000, Intercontinental Bank PLC 1992 to 1997. There's so much to say about this great man, but permit me to introduce to you a resource person par excellence, the guest speaker of today's occasion, Mr. Johnson Chukwu. A round of applause for him as he takes the speech. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let me start by thanking you for the invitation, for the privilege to be in the midst of pharmacists, to be in the midst of those who made our life, who made us to survive the pandemic, to be in the midst of those who restored normalcy to the society, even if Nigeria's segment of the industry did not contribute much, but we are part of the value chain. First of all, I must thank the president. He was so humble to come to my office, and he sat down quietly that he wanted to see me. And I was wondering, how can the president come and see small me? So it was a great honor. Okay. So thank you, Pharmacist Ken. It was Bankole that reached out to my wife and said that the association wants me to speak here. And because they are friends, my wife told her that she will swing it. Of course, you know, you can't say no to your wife. So let me also especially thank Dr. K and Shola, amongst others who have spoken, Dr. K made my job so much easier because when I tried to speak on the topic you asked me to speak on, I was at a loss. Because the topic was the pharmaceutical industry in a turbulent economy and managing the harsh realities of the post-COVID-19 meltdown. And when all the figures I saw indicated that the pharmaceutical industry was a beneficiary of the COVID-19 crisis, health crisis. So I was wondering, why are you talking of harsh condition? Because you're in the health value chain. So whenever there's epidemic or pandemic of that nature, ultimately, you are the beneficiaries. From the entire value chain in the healthcare sector up to the people who are the undertaker level, when more people are sick, or when more people go to hospitals, or more people die, the industry booms. Is that not so? So it was an irony to be speaking. Yes, the COVID-19 impacted negatively on several industries. But your own industry was a major beneficiary of the COVID-19. And that's why I was giving special thanks to Dr. K, because he said, look, you should not lose the opportunity of the lessons of COVID-19. That because we have weak ability to supply the critical feed stock for the pharmaceutical industry, we suffered. We did not take full advantage of what happened in that period. Because we now relied on the value chain, supply chain that was disrupted by COVID. And we relied on value chain that national interest superseded, where countries were saying you cannot take out critical raw material you need for manufacturing of drugs out of the country. Countries like India even banned the export of medical drugs at the height of the COVID crisis. So what we suffered was not just because there was COVID, because we had weaknesses in our own internal systems, because we are not producing the critical feedstock for the industry. And that's why I gave special thanks to him for highlighting that. Then Shola said we should look beyond our own country and look at what happens elsewhere. Why did others do better than us during that period? And I think that's more of what I will talk about today. The pharmaceutical industry, are you able to project? Okay. The pharmaceutical industry is driven by consumption. When I talk of consumption, I'm talking of expenditure, healthcare expenditure. And the more amount countries spend on the healthcare of their citizens, the more vibrant their pharmaceutical industry is, or their healthcare industry as a whole is. So if you look at the countries that have, so that also means that richer countries have stronger healthcare industries, because they have the capacity to spend more. So if you look at the per capita expenditure on healthcare, you realize that those countries that are stronger in terms of economic resources also have more vibrant and viable pharmaceutical industry. Okay, I can actually control from here. Where am I pointing to? Here? It's here. Okay. So if you look at this, you realize that the US has the highest per capita expenditure on healthcare. So for that reason, the US makes available more economic resources to the healthcare industry. And what was the implication of that? If you realize, you will realize that most of the first set of COVID-19 vaccines were developed by US firms. Because what that means is that the US pharmaceutical industry was richer than most other pharmaceutical industries in the world. As individual entities, I was in Harvard in December, and we had the privilege of meeting with a guy who championed the discovery of COVID-19 vaccine in Pfizer. And he was one of our lecturers, one of the people who came as guest lecturers. And he took us through the process that they took to arrive at a vaccine in 9 months. Principally because, one, for me, coming from a Nigerian environment, a couple of things I learned. One, they had the economic resources or the financial resources to commit to that level of research. Two, they already had an existing technological structure that made it possible for them to carry out research at different locations at the same time. And then they had a far more advanced logistic capacity that anybody in Nigeria can have. So this is indication of, if you look at those countries that have high per capita expenditure on healthcare, they are the ones who developed vaccine. Look at China. I'm sure you know there are Chinese COVID-19 vaccines. Look at UK. AstraZeneca was developed in UK with Oxford University. And then you had Europe. But look at country Africa, South Africa, with Nigeria. The per capita expenditure on health care in Nigeria is just about $74. So with that level of expenditure, it becomes difficult for the pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria to have a lot more economic resources to build the supporting infrastructure in terms of your laboratories, in terms of the skill sets you need to engage for research, in terms of carrying out even basic research, because the best you can do is to do applied research, because you don't have the luxury to say you're just building a body of knowledge when you don't have the economic resources to do that. So more advanced countries that have far more economic resources, that have higher per capita expenditure on healthcare, were the ones who were most suited, who were in best positions to develop, to take advantage of the pandemic that we had. But like I said, so when I did all the figures and I said, look, the reality is that the industry benefited. Nigerian industry also had some benefit, but obviously because of the constraints you had, you couldn't take full advantage. And if you recall, this was not available when COVID started. It was considered as a critical resource. As simple as this was not available. The first set of this was imported. Even this was imported originally, is that right? And these are basic things that does not require so much of technological knowledge to develop. The industry is a huge, huge, huge industry. If you look at the expenditure in the industry, you realize that in 2020, the revenue made in that industry was $1.26 trillion. So when I saw these figures, I asked myself, what is our own share of the global pharma revenue in the world? As we move on, I will also look at a country that we can try to mimic, if not necessarily copy, that has the same structures as we have in our own pharmaceutical industry. But the reality is that the industry you belong to is a huge industry, which means anybody who does it right in this area can become mega rich. Revenue in 2020 was $1.26 trillion. We're not saying naira. If you change that to naira, I don't know if we know any of a calculator can do that. You're also talking of something like 800 trillion naira. And remember, our national budget for this year is 17.1 trillion naira. So that, because one of the things I always say, look, if you want to go into the industry, look at what is the prospect of that industry, what is the size of the industry. Is he a small industry that has no potential to grow? Because if you go to a small industry that has no potential to grow, no matter what you put in there, you cannot become rich. But you guys belong to an industry with huge potentials. Let's look at what other countries are doing in the industry. Look at Germany. Germany is the largest exporter of pharmaceutical products in the world. Why is it so? They are basically exporting not generic drugs. If you talk of generic drugs, India is the largest exporter. But they're exporting patented drugs. So they are extracting value for what they export. Of course, you know when a drug becomes generic. Anyway, I will be talking, I'm preaching to the popes. You know, in terms of extracting value, it becomes a commodity. It becomes like the more quantity you sell, the more money you make. And the margins will thin out. So, it's only followed by Switzerland, the United States of America, United Kingdom, China, and among the African countries, South Africa is actually the strongest when it comes to exporting pharmaceutical products. And when I tried to check the figures, I couldn't find any figure from Nigeria. So I hope that you guys will correct me that the figures are there, I just couldn't find it. So, this is, because like I said, when I was given the assignment to talk about the impact of COVID on the industry, I said, look at, in 2020, almost all the economies, advanced economies, declined or went into a recession other than China. But look at the growth in pharmaceutical industry in all those years. So you realize that all the economies still enjoyed strong, the sector itself still enjoys strong growth despite the periods when the economies went into recession. And if you look at a country like Germany, the economy had never grown by more than 2.8%, which is what it recorded last year. Obviously because it was coming from a depression, it was from a recession. But look at their average pharmaceutical industry growth, 4.9%. India, I'm going to talk a lot more about India as we progress. India's pharmaceutical industry for the past 5 years has been growing at a cumulative annual growth rate of 10%. And India has become the 12th largest pharmaceutical industry in the world. Today, 50% of HIV vaccines are produced in India. And why I'm talking of India, because I'm going to use India as a case study, is because we mirror some attributes of the Indian economy. Well, these are the biggest operators in your sector. I stand to be corrected because you're in industry, but all the information available to me say these are the biggest operators in the industry. Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, Sinopharm is a Chinese firm, Roche, Abbeville, Novartis, Bayer, Merck and Co., GlaxoSmithKline, Bristol, Mayer Squibb. Of all these companies, I can only remember GSK has operated in this country. I'm sure Pfizer has already left, and Pfizer will rename NIMET, Abi. They came back. Okay. So, but what that means that the global pharmaceutical industry has not considered Nigeria a viable market. Do we get it right? That the biggest operators despite our 206 million population, has not considered us a viable market. Now let's look at what happened in your industry globally among the market leaders. If you look at this figure, does it? I need to go back. Okay. Okay. Does this have light? Yes. The first button? This one. I'm not. I can see the light, but it's not showing on there. Okay. Basic thing I wanted to point out is, look, this blue depicts the revenue of the leading pharmacy companies in 2021. Johnson & Johnson grew its revenue to 93.78 billion. Same with Pfizer. Look at Sinopharm, look at Roche. So you realize that if you look at these figures, you can see that the 2020, many of them appropriated the benefits of COVID. So it then became difficult for me to talk of COVID as a factor that affected the pharmaceutical industry negatively. I don't know whether you get me. So look at the growth in their revenue. Look at the growth in terms of profit. Look at what happened to Novartis. Look at the jump in their profit. But virtually all of them, look at Johnson & Johnson, look at the jump in profit. Look at Pfizer, look at the jump in profit. So what that means that they did not just create value, they also appropriated value as a result of COVID. Now, this is the balance sheet of the companies. Of course, we know because Chinese companies are largely government funded, so they have the biggest balance sheet. But I just want to dwell on the revenues, which is what measures actual performance. What are those factors that influence the industry? I was quite happy many of you are more knowledgeable on this than me, but basic thing is that we have to look at research is a critical factor in your industry. Because only through research you can actually be ahead of the competition. It's only through research you can develop patented drugs or medications. If you don't have the research capacity, the best you can do is either you are trading or you are making generic drugs whose patents have already elapsed. And once the patent has elapsed, it has become a commodity. So it just matters what quantity you can push to the market. Of course, good thing for you is that we have a relatively huge market because of our population size. But look at, like I said, I had the benefit of meeting with the guy who ran the process of developing Pfizer's vaccine. One of the critical things that Pfizer has globally is their capacity to research. Not only research, they have digitized the entire process. He took us through the process of that evolution that required them to build at the same time in England, in the US, in several other locations in the world. And they were all coordinated. They could actually work as if they're in the same room. And the testing process that they went through was also digitized. And the key thing that happened was they started the digitization process long before COVID. So they didn't have the structure and the platform to ride on. Because if they had started that process during COVID, it was impossible for them to have achieved what they achieved within the time they did that. And then these companies have very effective logistic capacity, they have effective advertising and market strategy. They have access to large market. We talked about that at the beginning of this conversation. That because of the head spend of most advanced economies, the US is spending about $10,000 per person. And for information, our current per capita GDP is about $1,800. US is spending about $10,000 per person on health. So, and then they had a very supportive regulatory environment. If you remember, most of the drugs that were developed got preemptive approvals so they could get into the market. Because if the regulators had insisted on going through the entire process of testing, those drugs would have been in the market at the time they came to the market. So they had a very supportive regulatory environment. They were targeted government support, including multinational support. You know of COVAX? These institutions threw in resources to support the pharmaceutical industry globally. The case of AstraZeneca, you remember that Oxford University said they don't want it commercialized. That they just wanted to impact on the human race to save lives. And that was why AstraZeneca did not make so much profit from the AstraZeneca vaccine. And these institutions had the capacity, what I talk about institutional business strategies. The company that developed vaccines had the capacity. When I talk about capacity, the research capacity is extraordinary. The quality of human capital in those critical areas are world class. So it's not as if they started recruiting at that point. They already had inherent capacity to build when COVID came. Let's look at the Indian pharmaceutical industry. And I said, to me, this one industry or one national industry that we in Nigeria, though we don't have the same population, we have the same structures. They have 1.1 or 1.2 billion people. We have about 206 million. Their country is still an underdeveloped country. They have some of the problems you have, power failures and all those things, poor road network, but they have a vibrant pharmaceutical industry. What did they do differently? The Indians are not trying to develop any new drug. They are focused on generic drugs. Because they don't have the financial capacity to invest so much in research as to compete with the Western countries. So they created a niche for themselves. And I'm saying this because that can also be a niche for us as a country. Today, India is the largest provider of generic drugs globally. Globally, the whole world. What that also means is that it gives them an opportunity to gain knowledge. Because what the pharmaceutical companies are doing now is that they are now going to manufacture in India because there is existing technical competence. Do you get what I'm saying? Mm. And if you remember what China did was basically build the technical competence, allow people to manufacture in China, and if you manufacture in China, if you manufacture Apple, they will call them Yapple. They do the same technology you've given to them. So over time, China was able to build the technology base to begin to even innovate and create new products. And that is what will eventually happen in India, in the pharmaceutical industry today. It may take 5 years, it may take 10 years, but ultimately, if India continues the way they are going, India will become a major manufacturer of even most critical, not just patented drugs. Because they will acquire the resources in terms of technical know-how, in terms of economic resources. And why am I comparing them to us? They are about the way you guys are fragmented. several companies. Is the way they are. There are about 3,000 drug companies, pharmaceutical companies in India, with about 10,000 manufacturing outlets. So they are as fragmented as the Nigerian market is. So why are we not like India? That's why I especially thanked Oke when he mentioned that. Because we do not have the entire value chain. Understand starch is one of the key ingredients you guys use for drug manufacturing. We have cassava, but we're not developing the value chain of cassava to starch that you can use for medical drugs. Basic things that we have not been able to. And I'm challenging you guys to go and do some level of backward integration and manufacture all these critical input materials you need for your drugs, so that the lessons of COVID will be not lost forever on us. I don't have so much time. I have another program which this is almost running. So I'll try and round up, but I'll be available for a few questions before I go. I had mentioned earlier, India accounts for 80% of our antiretroviral drugs globally. What percentage do we account for? Ken? Are we in the value chain? Okay, let's leave India and come to our country because of time. Of course, you are going to have the, but I've also atomized the key factor that made India great. One of its low cost of production. Two is they have high economic growth. I showed you that they are growing. That sector is growing at 10%. The policy support from the government, increased investment. The U.S. One of the things I showed in this report. Let me see. If you look at this is the reason why India will ultimately overtake some of those countries. Look at the level of investment pouring into India. Look at the number of world-class pharmaceutical companies want to partner with Indian pharmaceutical companies. And these are recent figures. November 2021, US-based Ascon. In October 2021, AstraZeneca, India launched the clinical data and insight on divisions to further strengthen its global presence. Look at in September. So you realize that a lot of people are going to India because there is a strong human capital competence. And I want to believe that Nigeria should not be far from that level of human capital competence. But maybe we need to improve our organizational structures. Maybe we need to improve the advocacy of your association. So whatever you need to do, I already talked about backward integration to work towards producing some of these critical input materials you need that will now depend on our countries to bring in. These are how our industry still is, or close to it. You know, you may laugh over it, but the truth is that if I go to some drug market, I will get something like that. You still have chemists who had no idea, who never went into any formal training, other than they did articleship. Is that not so? The chemist in my village, near my house, it's articleship he did. And he's the one administering medicine to everybody in the village. So we still have a highly unstructured market. But I'm happy with the efforts people are making to put structures in place. Now, your industry. I could only get data on those from those quoted companies. The likes of EMSA, the like of SKG, I couldn't get your data, but I'm sure you will have to approach me to get quoted so that you can, because okay. So this was the revenue of the companies. But I want to tell you that the data, like I told you, also contradicts the theme of our conversation, because even if you look at this, look at 15 is the one with this color. This color. Look at the revenue in 2021. It was a material jump over the 2020 figure. Look at Glasgow SmithKline. Look at where they were in 2017. Look at their figure in 2021. Look at May and Baker. The laggard there is NAIP. They seem to have been lost in the competition. But what this is saying that, because a couple of things happened last 2 years, and I'm going to talk on that, which is why the revenues of even the local pharmaceutical industries grew, despite the supply bottlenecks you encountered. What happened was, there was a lot more consciousness about health as a result of COVID-19. So people began to take generic drugs, vitamin C, vitamin this, that. You realize that everybody, when they wake up in the morning, they load drugs and swallow. Isn't that what happened? And those drugs, the Nigerian pharmaceutical industry operators have, that's basically what they manufacture, those generic drugs, those vitamins and what have you. Even this morning, I took one vitamin C. So, the reality is that operators in the industry who had generic drugs, who were not dependent fully on importation, gained from the COVID-19, even in the local environment. This is the profit of the companies that are quoted. Look at that. In 2017, 50 made only 1 billion profit. In 2021, their profit grew to 3 billion. Like I said, I don't know what's wrong with NAIP. They're coming there. But in all cases, almost all the companies made higher profit. The balance sheets, like I said, I won't dwell on so much on balance sheet because several factors can lead to growth in balance sheet. So now let's look at your industry vis-a-vis the Nigerian economy. In 2017, the Nigerian economy grew by 0.82%. Your sector contracted by 0.31%. 2018, your sector also contracted by 0.32%. So maybe that is the arrears of what we are still feeling. Then, by 2019, the economy grew by 2.27%. Your sector only grew by 0.31%. Then, 2020, when the economy went into recession, you now grew, which means your operators gained. So when I said I can't relate with your team, you can understand me. The economy recessed in 2020. You started growing because all of us started swallowing your drugs. And then even last year, Nigerian economy grew by 3.4%. Your sector grew by 4.9%. So when I said, when there is a pandemic or epidemic, everybody in the medical value chain gains. And all of us in the other sectors suffer. So as I gradually, let's look at factors you need to that affect your local industry. There is a large pool of informal market. I had shown you a picture of the informal market. What that means is that you are competing with those who have no standards. And because you are selling generic drugs, and they bring in also generic drugs, you have no competitive advantage. Because the population is not that sophisticated as they say, look, I cannot buy it in Alaba. I have to buy it from SmithKline. Then you have weak enforcement of standards. A couple of drugs are brought from India that are not certified. A lot coming from Pakistan not satisfied. They come here, they package them, and they compete with you. So they are taking part of your normal market share. Then you have poor quality of some pharmaceutical products. Some of them can't really compete with the best that you have in the world. And then you're dealing with the exchange rate. I'm happy okay mentioned the issue of logistics supply because you're not producing the input material you need for your drug production. The regulatory environment, I understand, is also challenging to you. Getting NAFDAC, getting SON, sometimes it takes you so long to get NAFDAC approved, and then when you get that, you don't go to get SON. And I'm wondering what SON has to do with drugs. Or you guys are no longer required to get SON? Some products. Then you have high cost of production. Of course, we know we have power supply, we have other constraints. But then also lack of critical raw material, which is the issue of logistics bottlenecks. Where you want to bring in the products, the input material you need for your production, you can't get them in on time. And therefore you have a huge lack, and then you have weak household income. Because a lot of Nigerians, I mentioned to you that per capita income is just about $1,800. And then our medical spend last year was just about $74 per individual. So what that means is that Nigerians can't really afford premium medication. They can't afford to pay for medical services. They can't afford to, if you go to hospitals, you realize that so many people are stranded in hospitals because they have been treated, they can't pay for their medical bill. Have you seen that? And that is a challenge you have. One of the challenges that made your industry not to be as buoyant as it should be. What is the impact of COVID on the pharma industry? I have indirectly talked about the impact, and I said, as far as I'm concerned, it was positive for the industry. It led to a leapfrog in technological advancement in the industry. Virtually all the major pharmaceutical industries in the world have digitized. They can carry out research in such a seamless manner. It led to increase in drug and vaccine production. And it also proved to the world that we can actually circumvent the long process of vaccine development. Increased funding to the sector. Even in Nigeria, you know the federal government gave you guys 100 billion, the central bank gave 100 billion naira to the pharmaceutical, to the healthcare industry. That couldn't happen without COVID. It proved research in developing countries. South Africa is already talking of developing their COVID vaccines. Is that also? Because they were also able to develop their research capacity. And I'm waiting. I think you guys are also talking about developing our own COVID vaccine, have you? Yes. Okay. I had mentioned this repeatedly. Increased demand for generic drugs. All of us are now popping up all sorts of drugs to remain strong and healthy. As at 18th of February, which was last week. These are the companies and the number of COVID-19 vaccines they have developed or are in the process of developing. These are the barometer to measure the performance of companies in terms of their market share. The companies that have COVID vaccine, look at what happened to their market share. You can see, look at Moderna. Of course, Moderna was a small entity, but when they came up with a biotech drug, look at the jump in their share price to $247 last year. So these are to indicate to you that those who own these companies have actually also benefited from COVID. They have become richer from COVID. So please don't tell us COVID, pharmaceutical industry in the COVID era. What are the prospects for the Nigerian sector? you have to appropriate the benefit of the huge market. 200 million people. And I always say, if you're in a consumer goods industry, which is what the pharmaceutical industry is, you play with number. It's about number. Take, for instance, that you produce a generic drug that 10% of Nigerians consume, and they use it once a week. 10% of the Nigerian population is what? 20 million. Okay, let's even say 20 million. If your margin is 10 naira on that drug, every week you make 200 million naira profit. I'm not at liberty to tell you, okay, I can't mention it to you. Why do you think people who went into beauty, products like orange drugs, became so rich? It's about number. Sell a Nigerian product to 10% of the Nigerian population. Even take 1% of the Nigerian population. 1% of 200 million is what? 2 million. Is that not so? If you make 10 naira margin on 2 million, is it not 20 million? If it's something that like tablet, soap that they use, and the ladies use it, and they just 2 million Nigerians are using it, and they use a tablet in a week, which means you make 2 million, 20 million every week. In 4 weeks, is it not 80 million? So, the key thing is that the huge population that we have is a potential to be exploited by the pharma industry. The increasing awareness of health, the importance of health, the advent of COVID made more people to appreciate the need to take care of their health. That also means that people are adjusting their household income to include medical expenditure. So which means there is going to be a demand or continuous demand for your products. Public sector support, I've mentioned the central bank gave you guys 100 billion naira. I believe some of you got that, got part of it. So, the reality is that the opportunities in your sector are so huge, it's just for you to agree on how to exploit it. Thank you all.
Wow. I'm very certain many of us didn't want the lecture to end. But for one part, the money from the CBN. Thank you, sir. I think we should give him another round of applause. He has dissected the topic, and once again, he has opened up another ray of hope for us industrialists. There's a lot to gain from the pandemic. It reminds me of a popular saying in Igbo land that when things are bad, some set of elders gain. I know we don't have many Igbos here. Okay, so on that note, I'd like to thank you, our guest speaker, for doing justice to the topic. At this point, I'd like to invite the chairman of the occasion. He will be making a presentation to the guest speaker, and he will be flanked by the national chairman of NAIP. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Thank you very much, Director of Program. We want to thank our speaker this morning. He's pressed for time, and he's running a risk of missing a flight. But before we make the presentation, we would want to at least take one or two questions or interventions that may help to situate what he has said in the context of the theme for the conference. I will hold him by the left. And if it's overpowering me, Kumal will join me. And by the time CBN gives an order, it will be an instruction.
Yeah.
But let's quickly have questions. I would like those questions to be written so that we don't end up having people repeating the presentation. But if it is the former chairman, I'll give him the mic as a reward for being very brief when he took his goodwill message. So give our past chairman the mic, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you, sir, for a wonderful presentation. It's a very short and direct question. Like you mentioned during your presentation, you find it a bit difficult to get data. Okay, so I would like to know where you got the ones you have. Sometimes you get from BMI, sometimes Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, I don't know, but just to know where you got yours, some of them. Thank you, sir.
Questions? Are there other questions so that we take them together? Okay, since there are no hands up, okay, sir.
What we do is that for every data we get, we have to make reference to it. If you look at my presentation, all the slides had reference to where the other might have been accused of plagiarizing somebody's data. So all of them I gave credit to the source. There are several sources. I've also, because I know, okay, just ask my number. The last slide, which I didn't present, has my details, email address, phone number. So if we circulate it, it's easy for any of you to get my number.
Okay, let me take that we have the permission of the speaker to circulate this, and we have the permission of NAIP to circulate this. Do we have that, Mr. Speaker? All right. So, dear colleagues, it means that we would all get the presentation as made. He's running for time, but there are so many things to discuss about this paper. So many things. Because he highlighted problems and gave us a tip on the solutions. It's now left for us as pharmacists, as industrialists, to dig through some of the things he said. For the benefit of the guest speaker before he goes, Ahmed has gone. He needs to be here because he's a quasi-government person. Okay. We have a very strong agency, with us, CBN. In any gathering where you have CBN, you better make your points. Because in my part of the world, they say if you have a chance to climb the Iroko tree, fetch all the firewood you can fetch, because you don't have the opportunity to climb it every day. CBN is one stop point where most government policies go to for execution. So, dear colleagues, if we can have one meeting, it will be very helpful. CBN is here. There's a fundamental question that is contained in this presentation, and that is India. And that is the story of India. And if you don't like India, there is even a younger country than India that is challenging everybody, Bangladesh. PMG Man will have a partnership relationship with Bangladesh. If you see the Bangladesh figure, it's much more intimidating in terms of where they are coming from, the period, and all that. But there is a central question. Why is India where they are today? Why is it that a country like Nigeria that profiles India in almost everything you can accuse us of? You say we have a chaotic distribution. India has a chaotic distribution. When it comes to drug distribution, I normally tell people, you see what you want to see. Because if you want to see modern trade in Nigeria, there are modern trades. There is New Height, there is Alpha. The registrar is here doing a great thing. There is Kumar by the side. If you also want to see people hawking in tray, you will see them. So it's a question of you see what you're looking for. But the point there is that these things are all in India, yet India is making or made progress. Key question: what are the lacking points? One of them, and that is central, is political will. Nothing happens by accident anywhere, and nothing happens by complaining. And that is why I say CBN is here, because we're going to be talking a lot about the role that government can play in stimulating and sustaining businesses like Pharma. So on that note, because our guest speaker's time is well spent, the chairman of NAIP, you have to step, we're going to step out, guest speaker, sir. We want to thank you for, okay, we're doing it here. Yeah, thank you, Peter. We want to thank you for finding the time to come, sir. And on behalf of the chairman and his executive and all of us members of NAIP, we want to give you this to show our appreciation, and let it also stand to serve as a mark of our relationship with you. We would call you again, perhaps not as a guest speaker, but maybe as something stronger or something closer. We also want you to thank your wife for us, for breaking the ice and making it possible for you to come. Thank you very much, sir.
A round of applause for our guest speaker, and by extension, his dear wife. Thank you so much. That's a presentation by the NAIP leadership, and our chairman has just done justice.
For the high table and the registrar, the PSM president, the emeritus president, please, and the PSM national secretary. Please join them at the high table. Emeritus President, your presence is needed here, sir. While that is going on, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I need to recognize the presence of the SCPN National Chairman, who is ably represented by two personalities, Pharmacist Ambrose Eze and the National Treasurer, Nwoka for Pharmacists. Because I'm T, sir. You are welcome, sir. We also want to appreciate the presence of the chairman of NAIP, the MDC of Biopharm, Mr. Femi Cheremeku. He has become a pharmacist by induction. We appreciate your presence, sir. Thank you. Before we fully commenced, we took recognition of MD CEOs present. And I noticed that many more MDs and CEOs came in during the program. Please be upstanding for recognition. I don't want to mention names. I'm looking directly at one of them, who is my brother. But if I call his name now, you say I'm a Pasha. The other guy is nodding his head that side. Please be upstanding for recognition. All the MD CEOs here, please be upstanding for recognition. Most of them are fellows also. And if you know you're a fellow, also stand up for recognition. This is a pharmaceutical gathering. Fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria here present, be standing for recognition. Thank you for coming. Thank you for gracing this occasion. NAIP actually, first of all, belongs to the CEOs because it's a corporate membership first before individual membership. Thank you, Sans and Mas. Now, I still have a very important job to do, which is, on my hand is a textbook in public health pharmacy, the very first one in our environment. edited by one of our own, the Lagos Zone Coordinator of the Pharmaceutical Council of Nigeria, Dr. Mrs. Okamako Okafor. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are encouraged today to pick copies. Pick copies, not just a copy, pick copies for your use and for donation to our pharmaceutical schools. It is the very first of its kind in the Nigerian space. Please let us acknowledge and motivate the authors of this book. There are about 32 of them, but edited by
I was going to make this recognition because I had seen him online, but here he is physically, the chairman of the Board of Trustees of NAIP, Professor Larry Bali. A round of applause for our able BOT chairman. Madam, please.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me stand on the existing protocols. I'm standing here on behalf of the Director, Trade and Exchange Department, Dr. Ozomena Naji, who is unavoidably absent. My name is Mrs. Elizabeth Tomoloju, an Assistant Director of the Central Bank of Nigeria. So we are very, very much delighted to be at this epoch-making event, which is the 2022 Economic Outlook of the Association of the Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria. Let me start by saying that the theme of this event is one that couldn't have come at a better time than this. That's the pharma industry in a turbulent economy, managing the harsh realities of a post-COVID-19 global meltdown. You will all agree with me that Nigeria is indeed in a turbulent time. Turbulent in the sense that the economic environment is not really conducive for the business people. And for us at the CBN, it is hitting us as well, because we are the regulators to some of these business people. So we would like to say that one of the mandates of the Central Bank of Nigeria is to maintain an external reserve which gives a healthy balance of the foreign exchange. That's one of the major mandates of the CBN. And in doing that, we have the foreign exchange at the back of our minds. The foreign exchange in the sense that Nigeria is indeed an import-dependent economy. And because we are an import-dependent economy, our balance of exchange, the balance of payment position is standing on one leg. You will agree that we import more than we export. And for every importation, the price verification mechanism entails. The price verification mechanism, majorly, the objective it intends to achieve is to ensure that for every importation that we make into the country, we get value for every FX that goes out. These FX are scarce. However, since we have to meet the needs of critical sector, we want to ensure that we get value for everything that comes in. So the price verification mechanism is to ensure that every item that is imported, we get it at the list price. We source it from the direct manufacturers, if possible. We'll try to do away with the middlemen as much as possible. That is one of the reasons why the price verification mechanism was given back to. So we also take advantage of the fact that since this is a new initiative of the CBN, we want to sensitize our stakeholders and the general public. That is why we try to seize every opportunity we have as the Central Bank of Nigeria to speak on this topic that is new. We want our stakeholders to understand the need why the price verification mechanism should be. The reason why the Central Bank of Nigeria has to take the position it is taking in relation to this innovation. So I would like to also add that the importation process under this price verification mechanism has not changed. Nothing has changed. You still have to go to your bank to open the Form M as usual. However, the only thing that is changing is that for the invoice processing, which usually comes manually, is now automated. And this invoice is to be submitted on the portal of the single window, which is shared by agencies of government. This invoice will be verified to ensure that the price that is stated is the best price we can get in any part of the world. This enable the CBN to conserve the scarce resources, which is the FX, and give value to the importation too. For you as the importers too, you will benefit from it because it will save you costs. Maybe the exporters you are dealing with are not even the original manufacturer, they are middlemen. So if we are able to cut the middlemen out of this value chain, we will be getting these items at a much lesser price, and it's going to be an advantage to us as the CBN because we'll be needing less FX to import these items. So on this note also, I will also want to add that not only that this price verification mechanism will address the challenge we have with FX, it will also save cost for importers. So I picked from one of the discussants where they mentioned the need for us to look backward, inward, and see how we can manufacture some of these items we import. This is a good initiative, and CBN is willing to partner with this sector in that regards. It has been mentioned earlier that the Central Bank of Nigeria has made provision of a certain amount for this sector. And if we are willing to do a backward integration to go back and manufacture, because I know we have the capacity to do so, even though the business landscape is not looking friendly now, but I know it is something that can be achieved with the support of the government, and that is what we are looking towards as the CBN to see how we can partner with you as our stakeholders and see what support we can give in that regards. So on these notes, I will advise that we go back and see what we can manufacture rather than import everything. Can we manufacture some of these products just to help in conserving this scarce foreign exchange? Shortly, my colleague will be coming. I will invite him shortly to come and give us a breakdown of what the price verification mechanism is all about. So I want to thank you very much for having us. Thanks for this invitation. We do not take it for granted. My director sends our regards, and the governor of the CBN to send his highest esteemed regards. Thank you very much. I will therefore invite my colleague, Mr. Richard Mekai, to come and anchor the panel discussion on the price verification system of the Central Bank of Nigeria. So I would like to hand over to him very quickly. We will try as much as possible to address all the concerns. If we are not able to answer your questions satisfactorily, or there are things that are discussed here that we need to take back to management for us to look into and see how we can do things better to the benefit of everyone, we are willing and open to such discussion, and will be ready to adopt whatever suggestion that comes out of this discussion. So, Mr. Richard, over to you, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lizzie. 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be very, very brief in doing this. Thank you very much, Lizzie, for introducing it. I'm actually the project coordinator for the price verification mechanism. I know it has been eliciting so much concerns. There's so much talk on this price verification. What does it entail? We release a policy, and then there's just a lot of kickbacks. But it's not for everybody. Kickbacks, not everybody. We have the good guys and we have the bad guys. The kickback is coming from the bad guys. What is happening? The price verification is a system to check that the price of an item is really the price of an item. Why are we checking? There's been a lot of capital flight. There's been a lot of FX going out by over-invoicing. There's been a lot of FX not coming in by under-invoicing. So we said, okay, what we'll do? Why don't we just have a system that we confirm the FX, the price of items from their source? We engage a service provider that has locations in almost everywhere in the world. What they do samples, they do surveys, they check these prices, they do averaging, and then they put in the price there. We now said, let's do a tolerance of 2.5% for items of import. So your item of import should not be more than 2.5% above the price that is quoted. For items of export, it should not be less than 2.5% on the quoted price. A question everybody asks is, how do you even know these prices? I mentioned the service provider we have engaged around the world. There are items that have been categorized into very critical, semi-critical, and not so critical. The very critical items will have to be updated every week. So those guys are going to be there. They'll do their surveys. They update this price data bank every week. So whatever happens when you input your pricing, it verifies on the system from what they have surveyed and updated. There's some items that will be updated monthly. There's some other items that will be updated 3 months. So no matter what, items must be updated at least every 3 months. So the question you ask is, so for the static items, you say, why prices have changed? That has already been addressed. How does the system work? The system is going to be integrated into the single window, which we all know when we're opening our Pharm. We're integrated there. At the point where you input the price, return to you to update. Who does this? The banks will do that. The banks will do the verification. And what is the role of the importers? The importer's role does not change. The only thing that is required is going to be a field called a single goods declaration field. That's the only difference. You're going to have to provide more details of an item. I have 2 microphones. This one is red and this is orange and that is yellow. How does it separate them? So you need to give a detailed goods description. That is what is going to separate this microphone from the yellow microphone, or a generic Panadol from a branded Panadol. The prices will be different. A generic Panadol will naturally be cheaper than a branded Panadol. So the detailed goods description will say, this is a generic Panadol, or this is a branded Panadol. And then it's going to map the location from where the drugs are coming from, and then come out with the system and gets verified. What's the benefit of this? The benefit of this is that little producers, little importers are going to benefit the most, because the prices that the very big companies are getting due to their economies of scale is going to come back, it trickle down to everybody, because now there's going to be a price for Nigeria. Whatever product it is, it's going to be at the best. I'm not going to like this. So we're going to get a lot of kickbacks. We know that this is going to happen. What kickbacks have we gotten so far? I just read on the news, the papers this morning on my way, someone sent it and said the shippers or agents are already protesting at the ports, saying that, I don't know if you've heard of that, at the ports now there's a strike there, and then they're attributing it to the price, the evaluator that CBN is importing, and it's improving. What's happening is that it has no relationship, not at all. CBN system, it's called the price verification system. The customs does a price valuation, totally different items. We do ours with a unit price and comes, and our results are only advisory to Nigerian customs, because it is not our role. It's not in the CBN's role to be valuing prices. That's not our role. Our role is FX utilization. So we're doing this because of judicious use of FX. Why judicious use of FX? We have the pharmaceutical industry, which is a very critical sector. Lizzie has mentioned that. And then you have so much demand coming in from here. And then you have a sector which is not so critical, luxury goods. The person with luxury goods comes for demand with FX. The person from pharmaceutical comes with the same demand for FX. Which sector are you going to serve? Once we can conserve, it means we have enough to go around. So we're trying as much as possible to see how we can reduce on capital flight by over-invoicing and then under-invoicing of FX when they are exports. Thank you very much. I know I spoke very, very fast. I tried to meet my 10 minutes. I will really want a situation where if you have any questions, I'll grant answers here. Thank you very much.
While I get this fixed. Yeah, thank you very much. You'll be free to take the questions from here, so we don't belabor your effort. Please, let's appreciate CBN once more, please. Okay, because I'm sitting by the corner, I guess I need to stand up. We want to thank CBN for making time to come and sending a high-powered team to us. To be honest, both of them have made a very good presentation. Mrs. Elizabeth spoke about two key things. The problem of being a highly import-dependent economy, which places a lot of stress on the foreign reserve. The main reason CBN is there. And she admonished us to try and make the things we can make locally. And that's the only way. And we agree with her. I, for one, agree with her that there is no, there's so much distraction coming from your end, technical people. We're not having quality meeting. Yeah. There is no overflogging the issue that if we continue to import everything, our currency will get weaker and weaker and weaker, and we'll be a poorer country. There is no amount of intervention that will create what is not there. If there is scarcity, there is scarcity. CBN will try its best, which is what they are doing, to try and conserve what we have. So their position of try and make what we can make locally is very well situated. And we are pharmacists. And we are professional people, and we are business people. I was just sharing with the chairman of our board of trustees something that happened last year. When I was making my opening statement, we are talking how can we manage in turbulent times. And one of the things you must do in turbulent time, as contained in the paper we saw, is to, as an industry, have a plan that works or strategy that works. If your strategy doesn't work as an industry and as a company within the industry, you will struggle. And I did highlight that one of the problems of this industry, and you will agree with me, both industry and profession, is that there are so many views at every point in time. And sometimes these views are conflicting. If PMG man is going to talk, there is a suspicion that, oh, whatever they are going to say will be against us because they are manufacturing and we're importing. Even before they talk, there is a position. If importers are going to talk, before they even talk, those in manufacturing would take a position. And distributors ditto. What it does is that we lack that coherence that can help policy like CBN. He was saying if they're able to conserve currency, foreign currency, then critical industries like health will benefit. You know, everything is important, but not everything is critical. So that thing that happened, and I will use this opportunity to say it, is that it is possible to come together as an industry and as a profession and take position. There was a meeting that held sometime in December where for a very long time, NAIP chairman was in the room. NAIROFAM chairman, president was in the room. APIN president was in the room. IPMEN, the Indian manufacturers, was in the room. Of course, PNG man was in the room. And all of them were discussing a subject matter. And we left that meeting agreeing that there is need to do this thing together. Because we begin to find out that everybody was saying the same thing. So a time has come where, as for our businesses to survive, we must look at it as a group. Because if we're going to approach government or central bank, we must have an industry position that is in line with national policy or national position. There is no need fighting all in different directions, and then we just end up getting poorer and poorer and poorer. So we want to thank them very much. My question would be, and I'll ask it and I'll sit down while you write your question. Nigeria ranks very low in ease of doing business. And part of what drives our unprofitability is our inefficiency. Our seaport is one of the most difficult to clear goods in all over the world. And the kind of money we pay has gone past double taxation and all that. Some years ago in the industry, we witnessed what custom called uplifting, where you import a product, custom looks at it. The price on your way bill or your invoice says $5. Custom unilaterally takes it up to $10 or $15 or higher and say this is what they think you should be buying this. They call it uplifting. And this affects both raw material and finished goods. Sometimes you import a drug because a custom man has gone to a shop to buy it and bought it at 3,500. He calculates downwards and says this drug cannot be coming in at $1. It's $5. And you struggle. Now, if CBN is going to have this verification, what's the difference and how will it impact on custom valuation? You just said that your work is verification and custom is valuation. Where is the meeting point? Because we would think that if you're verifying, it should vacate. We were thinking that if you are going to verify this price, being a government agency already, it should fast track every other thing, such that these goods can be cleared with eyes closed. But if we're also going to be subjected to valuation, sir, CBN, where lieth your help? Thank you. While you are chewing that, let's get more questions. Guys, let's bombard these guys today.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This is a question that we've got to answer so many times at different fora because we've been going around to do a sensitization. And I'm not surprised. We get the same reaction. Anytime this question is asked, everybody claps and they're all happy. But just to mention, yes, government is one. Government is the same. But each government agency has their own mandate. And a central bank has its mandate, a Nigerian custom has its mandate, SON, NAFTAC, everybody has their mandate. The central bank's mandate, which Ms. Tomoluju mentioned today, is that our mandate is to ensure price stability, ensuring price stability, Naira stability. And how do you ensure price stability? By building up your reserves, having your FX. That is our role, FX. Okay, so how does CBN work in this quantum of price verification? We are trying to make sure we soar up our reserves of FX by making sure you don't over-invoice. Once you don't over-invoice, it means our FX will not be depleted, so we would have our FX there. And then everybody claps. CBN has met its mandate. We have our mandates. Everybody claps. CBN has met its mandate. However, Nigerian Customs mandate, on the other hand, you have a revenue generation mandate. Customs, you have 4 trillion to bring this year because it has already been factored into the budget. Custom, you do not achieve your mandate if you do not reach 4 trillion. Your mandate is not met. How does Custom do it? Just like the chairman mentioned, rightly so. They just go around and pick up an item and say, this item is coming at X amount. You can possibly not have brought it at that amount. What CBN is doing now, we are going to get the price verified from source. And then we're going to say, Customs, this is the price from source. We're advising you that this is it. We don't want to encroach into your mandate. Our mandate is to ensure that we pay this. If it was $1, we pay just $1 for this. We have our value for this product, which is $1. Customs, take it. It is $1 that we have verified. Customs, on the other hand, can either say, yes, we've agreed that this is $1, or no, we have valued and we're going to uplift it. CBN is not a regulator of the Nigerian Customs. It is Federal Ministry of Finance that is the regulator of the Nigerian Customs. So if we have these questions of conflict, we should meet the Federal Ministry of Finance and say, CBN has verified this, which is right. Which is right. And our goods are in the world because the customs, that is their responsibility. We should not be seen to be encroaching into the Nigerian customs. However, this project that has been implemented is in collaboration with the Nigerian Customs Service. So the good news is that Customs is a member of the team for the implementation of this project. The conception was done by them, the implementation is being done by them. So at the end of the day, we clearly wrote it that it's going to be advisory to Customs. So because they are a part of the project, they know how the pricing is going to be done. We are going to see an improvement in the uplifting. Thank you.
Sorry, I would like to add to what my colleague has spoken. Ease of doing business is one of the issues that was mentioned in the question. And we know ourselves as Nigerians. It's one thing to say this is what I'm bringing in. We at the CBN, we work based on documentations provided to us. What we see on your document is what we work on. But on the other hand, for customs, they see the physical item that comes in. You can submit a document saying, this is the kind of product I'm bringing in, pay for it, and when it comes in, whatever the customs sees and compare with the document submitted is what is going to base its valuation on. Of course, if the customer discovers that what is on the paper is different from what physically came in, definitely there will be need for valuation or uplifting or downlifting, however the case is. So it all boils down to our integrity as a country. If we do the right thing, I believe we will get the right results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Because we don't have time, we wouldn't want to make this a debate, but let me, okay, questions are coming. Let me, for this particular topic, make a request as the chairman on behalf of NAIP, that the essence of bringing CBN to a meeting like this is to get feedback on policy before policy goes into full-scale rollout. That being a strong professional and interest group, we would want CBN to continue to fine-tune that collaboration with custom, such that their role will not be only advisory, such that once there is a verification, it stands as an authority to fast-track things. Because this is what happens everywhere in the world. If you check our airports, it's perhaps the only airport where you have to take your passport to 4 different points to be cleared, simply because this person is advisory, the other person is mandatory, the other person is supervisory. But everywhere in the world, those functions also are played, but it's integrated to one thing. So that if I give one person my passport anywhere in the world, he clears me. But in Nigeria, I give 4 people my passport to clear me. So if we are still going to be relying on you being advisory, custom being mandatory, police being enforcing, you are going to kill us. So take this note. I know the answer doesn't lie with you. Don't answer me, man. I'm saying we are making a request. Take it as a note that this is the feedback you're getting. We want this integrated as much as possible. And I get the point CBN made about the good boys, the good and the bad guys. Sir, we are trying to form a farmer interest group, and we hope we will succeed because we have all our big men here. Yakasa is here. Our board chairman is here. When we do have it, one of the things we can help you do is to separate the good boys from the bad boys, because we can always give you a referral. There will be a desk you can relate with. If XYZ company has a query, NAIP or this interest group can help CBN to clarify by giving endorsement. This is why there is organized private sector, and that is one of the reasons we exist. So take these things as note as you walk through this policy. Otherwise, well, I get your help, like I asked before. So, thank you so much. Questions are coming. They will take questions so that we can go to. Please bring your questions. We have only 3 minutes to. There's a question. If your question is not for CBN, please keep it. You keep it. We'll handle it later. The chairman of board of trustees is going to have a space because he has already shared his screen with me. There are quite some good stuff here that we are not going to miss. If your question is for CBN, let's have it. Yes. Okay. They said some of the questions are like PhD thesis. The CBN will have to go and write
some are
a
not
counter
actually
thesis.
for the CBN. They are for other government agencies,
You say
which CBN cannot answer.
One is long like a scroll. So how are you going to handle this, ma? If you can read it, and you write back to us.
Yes.
Right, oh.
Yes, and on the issue of collaborating with other government agencies like the custom, initially our circular on this price verification system stated that the application will go live on the 1st of February. However, in view of the fact that we need to fine-tune this collaboration and ensure that we synergize with other government agencies in order to achieve the same, we have decided to step down the go live for now until that is achieved. And that is what the CBN is doing to ensure that we are all on the same page on this application, which is going to impact on a lot of business and households. So thank you very much. We would see the ones we can answer now, otherwise we'll come back to you on them. Do you want? Okay. So my colleague would answer one of the questions here.
Okay, thank you. Sami Ogunjimi asked a question. Most prices are dependent on volume, and the difference of variation can be sometimes be put up to 20%. How will this new scheme affect this sort of case? That's correct, right, Sami? Okay. The question he's saying that you get discounts when you deal with volumes, right? Okay. The 2.5% that we're talking about, or the price, the unit price, we have factored the margins already in them. It's not just the unit price off the shelf. There's a a margin that has been added to it. So the variation is variation based on unit price and the margin. I said I spoke really fast there. Unit price, margin, then a 2.5%, either above or below it. That is how it works. And how do you even get this? For a start, for you to be able to import in Nigeria, for you now to be able to import as an importer, you have to register on a portal as a supplier. That supplier's portal is already open. For you to export from Nigeria, you have to register on the portal. That portal is already open. You pay a registration fee, annual registration fee. I mentioned that you have to go and do surveys to get the pricing. So the registration fee you pay is for them to be able to do those quarterly surveys at the max. And that is how the pricing will be determined if it was dealing with volume. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There is a question here. Okay, thank you. So the question is, most of the programs of the CBN have to be accessed through the commercial banks. So someone is asking, is there a way the customers can interact directly with the CBN so as to know the true picture of things unaltered between the CBN and the commercial banks? I think that's the question from... Did you understand the question?
Yeah, very well, very well.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, you see, the central... If you are exporting, if you are below, perfect. It's good for everybody. However, if you are exporting, do not go below more than 2.5%. If you go above by even 100%, we are more than glad to have you bring it in. But do not go below by more than 2.5%. If you are importing, do not go above by more than 2.5%. If you are going to bring it down by 70%, we are very, very happy, as long as the product, the quality is right. And now that's another agency that will check the quality. Because as someone you mentioned, the CBN or letters of credit works with documentation and not actual physical items.
No, this CBN, this question underscores the reason why you must work with custom. It underscores it because you have a margin of 2.5%, valuation. Now, Baker, let me use him. He does big with paracetamol, and he goes to China and he negotiates a long-term supply chain system that gives him a lower rate based on the volume he's doing, gives him a lower rate than far below your 2.5% margin. And he comes and customs sets aside and uplifts his price, saying that there's already a margin of 2.5% allowed. How come you are declaring, they call it under declaration, or uplifting? And then, out of anger, they go up against him by 10%. I'm not being hypothetical. I'm a sitting CEO. I'm telling you what I'm battling every week. I'm not being hypothetical at all. So, if this policy, sir, is going to ever help Nigeria in any way, there must be a harmonization. There must be a meeting point. If you don't, we're going to call you again in a turbulent meeting when it starts. Take my word for it. I will tell Ken to bring, and he will bring you particularly. So, if you like me and like yourself, write this thing down and tell them that there's going to be problem on this valuation. That's what I think this question is all about. Yeah, because this is a dynamic now, so it's not a talk issue. I said at the beginning of this meeting, if I'm going to be your chairman, this meeting must count. So this counting of this meeting means you're taking word back to CBN that there is a conflict of valuation and verification and valuation. And if you're going to verify and somebody's going to evaluate, there must be a meeting point. Otherwise, it's a recipe, like we say in pharmacy, for crisis, disaster. So that's our submission as a body. Have I spoken? Yes.
Okay, very well. Please, just to run down. It's already getting turbulent. There is no doubt. It's turbulent. Okay, so just a few more questions. Which are the critical industries?
What we will do is what our director of program has beautifully suggested. While we are writing to thank them, we will chronicle all these questions. But we would want you that we are seeing on behalf of the director to give us a commitment that we'll get a reply. Because if we don't get a reply, we'll call another meeting and we'll invite you. That Bankole knows where you are. Bankole, you are our contact. Seriously speaking, we want the answers so that we can feed back our members. We're all working towards a better Nigeria and a better economy. We have our past president. He must speak.
Yes, Chairman. CBN, as they are, I think we need to pay an advocacy visit. Writing is not enough. We have to go and meet the top management team, eyeball to eyeball. And we go with position paper. This meeting will not give us the result we wanted. And I'm sure, as he is now, he will pave way for us to have the key, open the door. You are now our ambassador, is it not? So, diplomacy, no blackmail.
Don't worry.
Pharmacists, they are great people. They respect what you are doing. We are going to work with you as a team, but give us all what is due to us. We want to develop this nation. It's not about we pharmacists. We think about the patients. It's not only business as you think. It's a critical sector. And that is why I said, even the Sovereign Wealth Fund is talking about bringing the FEIs. It's talking about planting. We know what is happening. Make sure that we get the forex. We are not selling. We are not going to black markets and do whatever we want. We respect ourselves. So, Chairman, PMG man, NAIP, champion this. Reach out to them. Let's meet the central bank governor, MFL. He's a human being. We tell him what it is. Let's meet the custom. One time I was with them. Apart from the Minister of Finance, let's meet the custom. This issue of blockchain technology will solve all this problem you are talking about. But if we are shying away from the truth, then definitely we'll have problem. I am an advocate of blockchain technology. That is where you can trace and track and make sure you know the bad, the good, the ugly, and whatever you have. But this is a forum of great people, nationalists of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think, yeah, he will. CBN is going to add the final word on this, and we'll thank them. But President Emeritus, we want to thank you for that intervention. We would follow up as you've advised. In the same letter that we're writing, we're also going to make requests for a visit. Hopefully the idea that Ken and I and other guys have shared, which I've shared with Chairman, would happen, a farmer interest group, such that such a visit will be a lot more comprehensive. But that doesn't stop NAIP from doing whatever they plan to do. So thank you, Emeritus President. CBN, sir.
Okay, just a final word. Just to let you know that, yes, I would, it's a very good initiative if you want to come and see the governor for this. And just to let you know that the governor is very passionate about building locally anything you do. So whatever you're coming to discuss, our advice, if you have a strategy for backward integration, once you mention the word to Mr. Mefele, backward integration, you have captured him 120%, if there's anything like that. So if you have anything that requires backward integration, our policy on 41 items not valid for Forex in the Nigerian economy is because of backward integration. Our policy on milk production is because of backward integration. Our policy on maize, on rice, on fertilizer, all of them are geared towards backward integration. To answer the President Emeritus Alhaji, he mentioned blockchain. It's good to know that the central bank has been working on the blockchain technology since 2017. And as a fallout, or one of the benefits of the blockchain technology is the introduction of the e-Naira that was just deployed. So the blockchain technology is something that we are really, really wanting to embrace. If we can have it, the central bank is going to champion the blockchain technology, and then once we can champion, just like we did the TSA, just like we did the Public Procurement Act, you will not believe that all those things emanated from the central bank. It's because we started the central-led procurement, and that's what built and brought in the Public Procurement Act. It's because we started the blockchain and drop the e-Naira, that is what is going to go around government. So please, if you are coming, make sure you have a backward integration plan, make sure you have your targets, and then you make sure you have the FX that is going to be saved, and make sure you have the FX that you're expecting from exports. And I'm telling you, Mr. Emefiele, whatever you come with is going to grant it. Thank you.
You will agree with me that they have been patient with us. We want to thank them for coming, both of them, and then the Director of Trade and Exchange, Mrs. Naji. We wanted to thank her for us. We also, on behalf of NAIP, wanted to thank Mr. Governor for us. We are not unaware of his positive interventions and positive disposition towards healthcare. The healthcare was the first sector that received his intervention during COVID. We, as a critical member of that ecosystem, the healthcare, are very grateful to Mr. Governor. And we have taken your advice. And whether we come or we write, the key thing is that you understand what the issues are for us. And we will constantly engage. Give him our regards. And should he decide to run for presidency, we will discuss at another level. Thank you very much.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much.
More recognitions. We'll have the pleasure to welcome one of our big sponsors of this event and even ongoing. He is MD, CEO, Pharmacy Plus, Pharmacist Emeka Obi, FPSN. We appreciate your presence here. We also want to recognize the presence of Mr. Vanket Sabel. He is the CEO, Saga Pharmaceuticals, and the General Secretary of IPMAN. Welcome, sir. We also have the pleasure to recognize the presence of my own very good brother, big brother for that matter, Zberu, the commercial manager of Pfizer. I hope I'm correct, sir. You're welcome. We had made a roll call of CEOs and MDs. Please, your list is endless. I am grateful to have all of you here. Please receive my salute wherever you are. All MD CEOs present. Thank you.
All right, while the photographs are being taken, the next will be the time for us to hear from the giant of pharma distribution. Ready? We've talked about the blockchain technology as hinted and recommended by the living ancestor himself. All right, thank you. Next up, we'd like to respectfully invite to deliver a presentation on the place of technology in managing the pharmaceutical field force. Permit me to welcome Mr. Santosh Kumar from the Worldwide Commercial Ventures Limited. A round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir.
Please, can I just ask that we don't dismiss the meeting? Let's come together. We have just 2 quick presentations to make, and then we give the chairman of board of trustees the floor, and we'll be done. Please, and the registrar is here to speak. It's very important we hear him. Yeah. After him, the registrar will take the floor, and it's important we hear our registrar. Please, let's have one meeting as much as possible. After the registrar, then we can have a quick roundup of the meeting. The day is fast spent. While this is going on, if you have questions, you write it. Kumal, please. You have the floor.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation to make this presentation. I so much appreciate. And I mean, are you sharing the presentation? Excuse me. Are you sharing the presentation? Not. So while he brings up the presentation, I stand on all existing protocols, and I must admit that it's going to be a very tough presentation for me to make in front of elders of the industry and the regulators themselves, and some of our clients and customers and perhaps prospective clients. So if you don't like something in my presentation, don't shoot the messenger. I'm making this presentation. I'm making this presentation from a neutral perspective. It's not necessarily from the chair on which I sit daily as Worldwide Managing Director. So thanks, Mr. Ken, for having me here. I think just to let you know how it all started is actually thanks to NAIP New Exco that visited us as a courtesy. And then one of the questions that was posed to me was, how are you really managing the load of managing so many clients and then account receivables and all, which I know is one of the burning topic in every pharma company in Nigeria, managing the reps and managing the account receivables, payables, and everything. So I did share some of our experiences, which the chairman was very impressed about. And then he said that, why don't you make a presentation in our upcoming meeting? such that others also can get benefited from the same. So here I am making the same topic. So while he brings up the presentation, I also want to put a disclaimer. My presentation is not going to be fully pharmaceutical industry, because I don't want to do the mistake of preaching to the popes, likes of Inca, likes of Charles and Patrick that are sitting here, who knows marketing part of it much, much better than I do. So let me not really encroach into their territories, who they are the heroes of how to manage the marketing part. So what chairman has asked me is to focus more on receivables, while the technology, of course, how do we manage the sales force, but to focus more on the receivables part, how do you really manage, because as you know, the company that I represent or work for, we have multiple clients for whom we manage the cash flows and distribution and sales. So once again, thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. So this is going to be more of a experience sharing. So the flow of the presentation is going to be, like I mentioned, what this presentation covers is more of a sales and distribution, management of the receivables, management of the representatives, and what it does not cover is the marketing part of it, because I thought 30 minutes is too small for me to make any justice to such a big presentation. What is the current landscape that we are talking about, and what are the key identified challenges in pharma sales and distribution, and key insights and technological solutions and other solutions. So that's the brief flow of what I'm going to do, more with the management of the distribution channels and account receivables. Well, the current landscape, as you all know, is the role of medical prescription is relatively low when you compare to many of the countries that outside Nigeria, but very high. It has got a very high impact on the repeat purchase cycles, as we all know. And pharmacies and the pharmacists play a very, very critical role as first point of contact for most patients in managing their diseases or any healthcare concerns. And most companies' field force in the current landscape handle the sales and marketing together. As we all know, I mean, not everybody has actually separated these two functions very clearly. And that's one of the reasons that I would like to highlight in the coming slides, what is causing our receivable issues. And as a result, new brand building is getting hampered, because here you are, like maybe in my subsequent slide also I made this point, we seem to be, I mean, in as much as we are condemning the reps issues, the payables issues, or rather receivable issues, but I must be a bit empathetic here towards the reps of the industry, because reps of the industries are doing sales, marketing, distribution, accounting job, and when you go to their territories, they're also managing our transports, coming to airport, picking up our bags and taking us around wherever we want. I think, I mean, let's be fair to them. While we kind of demonize the reps in as much as we demonize them, I think we are expecting too much from them. I mean, we are expecting them to manage their ledgers, we are expecting them to manage their accounts, and we are expecting them to do banking reconciliations, stand in the long queues and take the risk of taking the cash. I think, I mean, let's be a bit empathetic towards our field force also. So as a result, obviously, the new brand building is taking a big setback in the industry. And because we represent significant number of companies and the brands, recently we have done one of the just analysis of what actually are the products that are launched, are selling in Nigeria, or contributing to the total industry. And we were very surprised that, at least from the basket that we are doing, only 10 to 15% of the revenue that we are generating are actually coming from the brands that we launched in the last 15 to 20 years. So that effectively shows how, I mean, still we are selling a very age-old molecules which are almost forgotten in the other parts of the world. So that also shows the nature of the role of medical prescription, role of self-medication, role of just people just swallowing anything they want, right? So perhaps the reps who are supposed to build the brands are not really building the brands because they are overloaded, while we are seeing one side of it, but the fact is also they are overloaded because they are combining sales, marketing, distribution and supply chain roles in their own small booth they have in the car. So And all the MNCs segregated the distribution, at least most of the global multinationals have definitely segregated these roles very clearly in their field force or the marketing teams that they have. Perhaps that is also one of the reasons that we are observing the new molecules that are stabilizing faster, or new products success rate is definitely much higher in the multinational companies. If we can just retrofit the strategy, perhaps that is also one of the reasons that is playing. So that's the current landscape, and reps in many companies have actually become, let's be honest, they have become the sales agents. They are no longer really doing the brand building job, and they have become sales agents. And I am conscious, I also met many company CEOs where they also said that our reps are richer than the company itself. So, I mean, is it really to blame the reps, or is it also to blame our leaderships that we are leading the companies? So key identified challenges that with our experience, like I said, at the cost of repetition, my presentation is more of experience sharing. Like the previous speaker also did mention about India, from where I am from, but I must admit that after 17 years of stay in Nigeria, I feel this is my country more than the country I belong to. And because almost like 16 years, I just spent 10 years back in India working for another multinational company before coming here. So definitely the challenges that I'm saying are like, of course, insincerity of the reps and sometimes managers that is causing the problem. And we also, at least I also experienced that when we go out there, we find other companies' products also in the boot. That I am fueling, I am buying the car, and other companies' products also. So, I mean, and shoes and clothes and everything. In fact, I keep encouraging my managers, when you go, first thing that you have to see is open the boot. Almost 50% you will know what is happening in the territory. So, mounting travel expenses without verifiable documentation is one of the big problems that we have. No proper credit checks, no collateral guidelines that industry is facing all across. And third-party billing and third-party payments is one of the big problems that most of the companies that I interact with, and we also used to have this problem, I would say 5-6 years back. And promos incentives not being passed to the customers is another big problem that we have. We run 10+1, but when we go into market, I mean, there's hardly anybody used to know those days before we did whatever we did. I'm going to present in the coming slides. Hoarding of the shortage products, I think sometimes I must admit that we used to be surprised, or perhaps even now, our customers know about our supply chain and forecast of the inventory much better than we do. Sometimes my customer says that, you know what, you have 200 cartons of this product in your warehouse. I say, are we sure? Let me check internally. So I think this also, because there's information, like as they say, information is power. So this is one of the problems that we have. So basically you have this very important product, and then we suddenly realize that one of our big wholesaler is holding all the stocks that are in the country. And then that effectively means is not really moving, is not really reaching everywhere. And in the process, there is a possibility that brand is dying, whereas somebody is actually becoming richer by the day. So this is the hoarding of the stocks and improper value chain pricing management, obviously because of this hoarding of the stocks. And then aggregating customers' order to make higher slab of incentives. I think this is not a rocket science for everybody. We say that, you know what, you buy 10 million, you get 2%, you buy 15 million, you get 3%, you buy 20 million, you get 4%, or whatever promos that we run. And before we know that all these small guys are aggregating, they are smarter than us in the market. And actually, you thought that you are very smart, that you are putting a slabbed incentives, but then actually what is happening is, before you know, all of them are coming together and taking 5%. And then you suddenly realize all these 2 million fellows disappeared for 1 quarter. Where did they go? They are all aggregating amongst themselves, right? So, like they say, I mean, all of us are from pharma industry, like they say, every time the beta-lactams come, the beta-lactamases also come, right? Every time you put a strategy, there is somebody who is putting a resistance to your strategy. And more often than not, it is our internal people, reps and managers, that are even enabling the development of beta-lactamases in the market. So that's a very, so as they say, I'm sure they say everywhere, right? They say in my native language, if you have a thief in the house, it's very difficult to catch, right? If you have outside, it's much easier. You can put electric fencing, you can put CCTVs, you will put security guards. But if you have in the house, how would you catch it? So that's one of the problems that we have. So stocks being redirected, institutional supplies. I mean, we used to have significant problem. You bill, say, A pharmacy, and then before you know, the stock has already gone to B, C, D. They are developing their own supply chain outside our company. In fact, their supply chain sometimes was much more efficient than our own. The reps also know that, when you supply to a Luth or a Lasut, anyway you will get after 9 months. But if you bill on, say, Alpha Pharmacy, you know that Alpha Pharmacy will pay in 15 days. So to avoid any questions, they rather use Luth account. At least for 9 months, nobody will ask. So these are the techniques that reps, as I say, beta-lactamases were developing. So teaming and lading is, as they say in the accountant language, financial misappropriations. We go to market and we say, Santosh Pharmacy, you are owing us 1 million. He say, okay, what? 1 million from where? So these are the usual problems that we have. Attaching the reps to wholesalers has its own problems, right? You give indemnity for 1 million. Before you know, the guy says he's owing you 10 million. And then we even went to confirm the things in front of us. Customers say, yes, your rep is owing 1 million. But after next day, he'll call, I did not want to tell in front of your rep, but he's owing me 5 million. So I'm sure whatever I am saying here is not a rocket science to all of us, right? This is what happens. And we even went to the extent of, okay, he's owing you 5 million. Tell me what you are saying. And then before you know, to us, they show maybe Emzor 1 million, Fitson 1 million, or some other company that we don't even deal with. So now you are basically taking care of the child whom you have not really born, right? So that's the kind of stuff. So it's very, very difficult. I'm sure none of this is a rocket science to you. So these are the key identified challenges. But then if I can distill my insights based on all these things that we have done over a period of last 15 years, I must admit that most customers, at least I want to be very honest, I would say above 95% of the customers, they don't have an intent to really run away with our money. That's what we observed. Perhaps it's a selection of the customers that we are doing, or perhaps it is we have just been lucky, God has been over generous to us. But then we really observed that customers, left to them alone, they don't want to mess up their reputation. Because they are in the market, they have a big shop, they don't want to have a bad reputation. And I must honestly admit, if the customer is a pharmacist, I would say 99% our money is safe, is where we felt most often. Because, I mean, we have never lost money to a pharmacist unless something really went wrong. And most times where we lost money is also because of our salespeople that are really messing up. So the second thing is the wholesale customers and distributor. I think this is something that I think as an industry we need to understand. Whether a distributor like us that I'm working for, or a wholesaler or retailer, let's be honest. These are intermediaries. Let's not celebrate X pharmacy buying 15 million at once and clap to ourselves. I don't think that's the right thing that we need to have. They're just intermediaries. Our end patients are closer. First is patient. The second is the pharmacies who are dispensing the product. So if we are having a challenge with an account, we need to find a way of reaching that pharmacy, need not be specifically to a wholesaler or a distributor that we talk. And most changes are actually resisted by internal customers, like I said. Most times when we are touching the value chain or a technology, the maximum resistance is coming from insiders than the customers themselves. And they magnify because they have our ears and eyes, but when we implement the changes, especially the technological changes, the problem is coming more from our internal customers than the external customers. And if I can really put, the companies, while the brand building activities are really done by the companies, but then if we can somehow ensure, if I can put in a single sentence, if companies in Nigeria can somehow ensure that whatever is leaving your warehouse is actually reaching to the customer, and whatever is actually customer is paying is reaching to your bank account, I think 90% of the problems are resolved. Is in between is the challenges that most industry players are really suffering. And it is almost impossible task to, and this is what I was saying, you know, like when I was very young and when I attended one training program, I remember this, you know, there are sales organizations are different sales organization, or rather sales organization is a hunting organization. You know what, you go out there by evening, you are getting something home. Whereas a marketing organization is a farming organization. You are building the brand, you are seeding, you are watering, you are fertilizing, you are taking the weeds out, and you know, it's a long, long haul. I think the problem is happening is where we are merging these two roles together. And because of the instant gratification that you get out of hunting, everybody, when you give these two roles together, everybody is tilting towards hunting. As a result, the brand building is not really happening. So that's what is the insight that I wish to share. And as they say, you know, every risk, I read one of the book, it says that what is risk? In a very simple layman language, risk is an event that has not happened yet, right? Risk is whether you're financial risk or business risk. There is an event that is got to happen. How to manage the risk is 4 T's of risk management is simple. Either you treat it, or you tolerate it, or you terminate it, or you transfer it, right? So to somebody like an insurance company, or you outsource a part of your headache to somebody who is expert in handling it, or you say that, you know what, this is not what I want to handle, but you know what, maybe I'm just putting a word, maybe if you are distributing, say, pentazocine, for example, there is a risk involved there. So you can as well say that, look, I'll put all my books, poison book, blah, 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 everything together. But you know what, this is not something that I want to do, I back out. Or you find out a distributor or a distributor company that, you know what, I'll sign, and then you are taking it, all the risk is yours. You know, tomorrow, God forbid, somebody is old, you know what, I'll hold you responsible for. Or an insurance company, right? There is a fire insurance. You're taking an insurance company. Basically, you're transferring your risk to that company. God forbid if there is an event, at least you are sure of protecting your company. So these are the 4 T's of risk, you know. You treat or tolerate or terminate or transfer. So that's what we are going to look at. Now, technological solution, I mean, what again, with my experience of handling multiple companies and working in different markets, these are some things that definitely can help. ERP implementation, I know the moment we say ERP implementation is generally a lot of eyebrows raised that, but trust me, today with all the cloud computing and cloud ERPs, you don't have to buy $1 million Oracle or $1 million SAP these days. There are cloud computing companies that are giving you as small as $40,000, $50,000 to really have an end-to-end visibility right from the importation and the raw material purchase up to the retailer. So there are solutions that can do. This is definitely one of the things that I must admit that it changed the way we work in our company. And then, of course, Salesforce automation tool. Perhaps my presentation also is a precursor to the next thing. It's only for me to realize today that somebody is making a presentation after me that there is a Salesforce automation tools. What we encounter is, you know, customers universe mapping. I mean, every customer, as you know, one of the problem that we have in Nigeria is the rep leaves and everything is lost in that territory. Your rep in Abuja has left. That means you don't even know how many outlets he was covering, which were the customers that were buying brand X or brand. There's a need for us to build a transgenerational IP that, God forbid, a rep, something happens to him or he wants to leave, you need to provide a way of transferring that IP to the next person. Otherwise, you know, you are losing it forever. Now, what we do is, I mean, we implement, or many companies have implemented Salesforce automation tools where they insist that, you know, Salesforce automation has to be done through a tab. So everything is having a digital record. At least if I can share my experience today, we are over 90% of our company, we are on digital ordering. There is no manual or text messages ordering. What it happens is when you are doing this, the customers is also owning up that thing. There is no stock movement from one person to another. And then what we also did is we also activated the, or rather SFA tools come, let me not say we, but SFA tools come with SMS activation. That means if you are inputting an order from, say, Santosh Pharmacy, immediately the moment somebody is inputting an order, Santosh Pharmacy must get a SMS that thank you for your order of X brand at 105 Naira, B brand for 110 Naira, C brand for 120 Naira. So what is happening is there is no pricing thing working. And if he is not the one who generated the order, he is immediately alerting your customer care that, you know what, I am not ordered, I don't know who is messing up with my account. So, you know, that's something that we can do. And then SFAs, they can even do a OTP based for promotional material. The SFAs, I'm sure, I don't know who is presenting after me, but there are tools that you can even activate OTP based promos. That means you buy 10 of pen and you get 1 pen free. That means before you must get one, the OTP should be delivered, just like banking transaction. He has to input that OTP, only then he will get the promo. So you are also stopping the revenue leaks that is happening between you and the customer. Whatever is your trade marketing is coming up with the solutions to activate the customers and all are actually getting done. It is not just going into somebody's pocket in the value chain and the supply chain. And what we observed is even geofencing, because of course last 2 years we have deactivated that. But at a point of time, SFAs also have a geofencing. That means you have to be standing in Alpha Pharmacy while booking the order to book the order. You can't be standing in Beta Pharmacy and putting the Alpha Pharmacy order. What it means is there is a probability of the rep to really visit the customer and actually look at what is happening in the thing. You are just not doing on the bedside sales that some of the reps can potentially do. So linking travel expenses, SFA tools also come with travel expenses. That means you can track how many kilometers are run per day, so that you link per kilometer you run. Gone are the days that you say that, you know, 1,000 naira per day, 2,000 naira per day, or whatever we are giving. Potentially they are not even going into the field, but they are actually, you are ending up paying the money. So we can even link with the kilometers that they are traveling, so that everything is really automated. So linking the marketing and sales team, this is another thing that can work very well. Most of the SFA tools come where the marketing and sales reps, that means the marketing rep is going to detail a product. He can as well relate the order to the sales rep, and then he can monitor whether it is supplied or not. So that if you are the MD CEO, you have the sales and marketing department within your company and distribution either within your company or outside the company, you are linking it. Basically, you are ensuring that both of them are performing, and if the performance is not coming, you are also able to say that, look, you are not working properly or you are not working properly, so that we don't give a generic what you call generic medicine for every disease the same way. So delivery apps, what we have done, if I can also extrapolate, and I think many tools are there, need not be just our tool. There are dime a dozen out there in the market who can even do the same thing with the delivery to avoid the third-party invoicing and delivery. That means if Santosh Pharmacy is invoiced, you can geo-tag the Santosh Pharmacy delivery team to your thing. That means there is no way that you can deliver to anybody else. Of course, I mean, you can always go there. Instead of 50 cartons, 25 only are delivered, 25 you're taking somewhere. As somebody has said, where morals are insufficient, no law is enforceable. And where morals are sufficient, there is no need of law. So, of course, there are human beings still handling, but we can only develop some tools where we can actually monitor these things. So delivery geotagging the warehouses is very much possibility. Linking the bank payment, this is something that is very much available. You must talk to your bankers. I think Nigerian banking industry is really done well, where you can even link the payment directly to your ERP. That means suppose Emeka Pharmacy is paying 1 million, you have linked that bank account to your ERP. The moment he pays 1 million, it is directly going. There is no need of any banking reconciliation again. There is no way that you will take 1 million of Emeka Pharmacy and put it in Benga Pharmacy. So it can do end-to-end encryption with the banking. Banking softwares today are far more developed than what they were a few years back. At least I can say that I'm not just preaching this, but this is something that we are already doing it. So that's the reason I'm saying is very much possibility. So when you basically, like I said before, if we can somehow ensure what is leaving your warehouse is reaching to the customer and what is leaving customer's bank account is reaching your account, at least 90% of the problems are resolved. So that's where the technology can definitely come in, and then we can do that. And creating customer support call center, I think thanks to this WhatsApp and all these things, you just need a battery of 5 or 6 people, and then you can say that one person you are in charge for Abuja, Kaduna, Kano, one person you are in charge of Benin or whatever. So linking some 30 to 40 customers to somebody and continuously exchanging the communication on promos, delivery invoice, order is generated, invoice is generated, your payment has come. it will reduce drastically, because as you know, when you don't monitor somebody, then the probability of the person doing anything is very high. So these are the technological solution that we can do. And the other solution is, I think gone are the days, I mean, at least I can reflect on my 15 years experience in Nigeria. Nigeria used to be a seller's paradise one day, that you just bring a container load of some product and speak to 1 or 2 distributors, it's gone. You know, people are even pay 3 months advance, 4 months advance, and sit in the queue. I mean, today's Nigeria is far more different. You can no longer depend on just one guy in Idumota or one guy in the mainland or something like that. I think organizations have to reach, because gone are the days that you just bring in and then you are out. Today there is a hyper competition happening. There is a price war already. So if you don't really reach every nook and corner of the country, there is no way that you can build a sustainable brand. Otherwise, you are basically relegating your brand to a commodity, just taking to 1 or 2 guys and allowing him to dictate the prices. Like Mr. OK said, who controls your supply chain is the one who actually determines everything. So it's very essential that, you know, you deal with people who have some sensible way of approaching. And this is another thing that we, I mean, whenever we sign new clients, that we also experience is, some of the customers we inherit and our clients, they're almost 30% of their business is controlled by one distributor somewhere in Lagos or somewhere in Ireland. Now this is absolutely, I mean, like I said in the first thing, whether it's distributor like the company that I work for or a wholesaler, they are the intermediaries. There is no way that we can have 30% of our business to be done by one wholesaler or one retailer. Either he is really doing it or there is a ghost account happening in that particular thing. So ideally, I mean, in an ideal world, no single customer can contribute more than 4 to 5% of your sales, no matter how big he is. That means your supply chain and your distribution is not very good. That's what it basically means. So post-dated checks, I mean, this is something that we face the maximum resistance, because, but I must admit that after we implemented it, definitely the number of frauds and number of issues that we had have almost like sublimed, as if they all disappeared at once. What it means is, when we deliver the stock, of course we respect you, we give you credit, but then whatever is a credit, if you have agreed for 60 days credit, no problem, but you must write a check for me with the 60 days. So that there is no, because the moment he is writing the check, that means he is accepting that he got the stock. The moment he, then those days we used to say that for every 1 productive calls, there are 5 unproductive calls. That means you are actually going once to collect the order, but actually you are going 5 times to chase the payment. So actually it's a waste of time. The moment somebody give you a PDC, that means you are now focusing on something else. You are creating more customers or you are creating more sales. So that's something. And then, I mean, if you really see, at least with the multinationals that we work, one thing that we learned is they segregate the responsibilities so clearly that there is no overlapping responsibilities. And in the modern corporates these days, it is supply chain that is managing your reverse flow of the stock and also cash flow. That means basically you need to segregate the sales and finance separately. It's no longer sales or finance responsibility to collect the money, but it is the supply chain. That means because you are delivering, you are collecting the check. If the check bounces, that's a different issue, but at least you are bringing an instrument, especially when you don't have collaterals, that you are ensuring that you are getting the thing back. And when you are segregating these 2 things separately, the probability of the reps doing something wrong are lower, because he can't just do anything he wants. So that's something that can be worked out. And again, Lagos, I mean, if I can reflect on our experience, any company that Lagos is contributing more than 33%, that means your supply chain is a problem, your distribution is a problem, or there is some problem of your sales management. Why am I saying this is, as an industry, that's what we are observing, because we are more or less like aggregating the industry demand. And second thing, with our experience of working with some of our sister company, Far is working with a Unilever or a P&G or a Reckitt. These are the biggest names in the world on the FMCG, and they do the distribution in a very fine way. So any company where your revenue, unless you have a very specific product that cures only Lagosians disease, there is no way that your company can contribute more than 33% of Lagos. If you are sending anti-malarials, why should Lagos contribute 60% of your sale? Is it that Lagos has got 60% of population? Answer is no. Of course, it cannot be exactly demographically as per the population. Of course, affordability and other things also play. But if I can give you the industry average is 33% of industry average sales are happening in Lagos. It's 66% should be outside. So it's a reflection for you to go back to check with your team. And having separate channel teams where the scale permits. I mean, if you want to do distribution yourself within your company, you need to segregate these things. You cannot have, I mean, a poor rep, we blame all of him, but he's doing everything in your company. He can't be doing accounting, sales, marketing, transport, and boot, everything he can't be managing. We need to segregate that. If you can't segregate because you don't have a scale, find somebody who can do for you. Perhaps at the cost of sounding selfish, you need to find a distribution company, whether it's mine or somebody else. You need to find somebody who can actually do that for you so that you focus on brand building and you also give your managerial bandwidth is over diluted today. Your country head is over diluted. If he is doing sales, he is doing Pharm, he is also opening port management, he is managing customs queries, he is also managing NAFDAC. How much person can a country manager can do? You need to find, if you want to a long-term player, you need to find where to outsource and get the experts and transfer the risk. Of course, they come at a cost, but on a long run, the cost that you pay, like if I can reflect many companies that we work, they say that, you know what, you are paying yourself after 2 years. So that's the comments that we hear. So whether it is a port management companies, whether it is a supply chain or whoever you are doing, you need to find a way of transferring the so-called dirty job that you have. You are experts, if you are a pharmaceutical marketing company, you are experts of brand building. You are experts of business development, identifying the right product mix, packaging, perhaps if you are into manufacturing, that's what you are supposed to do. If you have a way of managing the scale and then transfer the risk, but if you want to do your own distribution, but then within your company, these things have to be separated. You can't have everything done by the same person and expect different results. Of course, outsourcing the distribution to companies with expertise and technology infrastructure, what they have is a scale. Obviously, you can't build a company of a UPS scale or a DHL scale because they have a big courier, so there is no sense in trying to do everything. I remember when I was very young, one of my manager used to say, when I asked, what is the recipe for success? I remember he said, Santosh, I don't know what is the recipe for success, but I can tell you recipe for failure. Trying to do everything is the recipe for failure. Be focused on what you want to do. There is a possibility if you avoid the second thing, automatically you will become success. So trying to do everything, I mean, your country manager's managerial bandwidth is diluted from everything, right from the port level to the Pharm level to everything. I think that's a disaster. So what he can do is, what these companies, whether it's ours or somebody else's, can do is cash flow cycle management, risks of market debt is transferred, warehouses, logistics charges are transferred, finer distribution can be achieved, and focus on marketing and brand building internally as a company. So while implementing these changes, let me put a disclaimer also, it's not as easy. Like they say, puzzle is never done with one cube, it's multiple cubes. There is no way that you will just implement this as a one piece. It has to be done together. You can't just implement SFA without having a proper business analytics team or a customer management team or customer support team. It has to be a holistic approach. It has to be a long-term approach. It cannot be a single point that I am presenting that you can, like if you are managing a patient with malaria, you can't just give anti-malarial. Perhaps you have to do multiple other things depending on the situation. So I would suggest that it is a combination of everything, and be prepared. The more you, especially in Nigeria, if I can lend our experience, when we implemented SFA, our SFA tools were thrown in the water. Our SFA tools were broken. Our SFA tool they used to remove the SIM card and throw it. I mean, we used to have everything until one day we said that anything happens to that SFA tablet, it will be deducted from your salary. Then everything started working. I know it was harsh, but then that's how we had to start. I mean, we had lost almost like 3 cycles of SFA tool implementation. So be prepared. Any change, as they say, change goes through denial, anger, negotiation, and acceptance. That is the thing. First is denial. Be prepared when you do that. Don't come back to me and tell Ken that don't call Santosh ever for presentation because I implemented SFA. I'm in a mess. So please, it's a process. You need a lot of patience. You need a lot of holistic approach towards this, as I would say. So all in all, so thank you. I mean, thank you for giving me opportunity. I hope I have done justice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. The reps are in trouble. If they are following us online, unless the good ones, they will not sleep well tonight because everything has been exposed. At this point, please, may I request that we take 1 minute? Please, you can stand, shake your leg a little. We've sat for so long, but it's been worth it. And of course, we are getting to the end of it. But I wouldn't want us to start feeling, uncomfortable when the registrar will be speaking. The next up will be the presentation from Fieldmax Pro Company. Do we have their representative? All right.
Please, before we have the presentation from Papyrus, I want to inform you that we have reserved the best for the last. Please don't go, because the Registrar, Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, our very own Double Elijah, our very own Dr. Mohammed, will double prophet. We have the last laugh, honestly. We are going to have an interactive session on the new gazette. One house, please, one house. So, and we have reserved it to be the last so that a lot of people will feel free to make their comment, please. Immediately after this presentation, our registrar will take the center stage. Thank you.
All right, very quickly, too. Please, may I have your attention, please? This information is for everybody. Some people are still shaking their legs. Please, can we come back? It's past the 1 minute mark. Distinguished colleagues, please, may we resume our seat. Please, while the presentations are going on, we notice some persons who are trying to snap the screen. So here's a solution. Please, if you like to have screenshots, you can just follow any of the, particularly the YouTube. If you're watching it on the YouTube, you can screenshot your with your phone, the screen. You'll get the screenshot. I think it's easier that way. Those at the back will not be able to snap the screen, and even if you do, it won't be clear. So maybe that will be a clue for those of us who want to get the snapshot. But I believe some of the presentations will be available for us after this time. All right, please, may I request distinguished colleagues, please, may we resume our seat so that the company can make their presentation. Thank you. And of course, that presentation will not exceed 15 minutes. We really do. Yes, please. Please, once again, final call. Perhaps let me sound like I'm a hostess. Please, final call. Can we all sit, please, distinguished colleagues? The company would like to commence at this time. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I beg to stand on the existing protocols because of time, but I will still kind of recognize our President Emeritus, the Chairman, and other distinguished guests that are present here today, especially the MDs, our distinguished MDs and CEO of the pharmaceutical industries present here today. Just before I go into this, I want to stand on what Mr. Kumar has just done on the use of technology. Now, there are some items that he has actually pointed at on how this, to use technology to solve problems. Now, what we do, again, we are not just that. I will just not be talking about pharmaceuticals like that. Our solution also cut across industries. So it's not only for the pharmaceutical industry, so to speak, but this solution we're talking about here have gone through series of research based on the industrial experiences that we have across, both in the pharmaceutical industry, in the banking industry, in the telecommunication industry, and in the retail business industry. So what we do at Papyrus, what we actually pride ourselves in, is to like kind of empower managers. How do we empower managers to make informed decision? What is important for us here is at the end of the day, for most of us sitting down here, our head offices here are just here in Lagos. And we have all our agents working across the country. Somebody working in Kano, in Gombe, Enugu, Zaria, and all. We have our agents, we have our sales rep, our medical reps working across this region. But how do we get this information from them? So we're saying that they said information, knowledge is power, and information is key. So for you to make the right decision at any particular point in time, you want to rely on getting that adequate information for you to get started with. So we said we want to empower managers. We empower managers to make informed decisions using information from the field. Okay. So in doing that, I will not want to, because of time, I will not want to take this slide off the way it is. I'll go through the main point. What we've done is to design a simple solution that will enable our reps, our medical teams, our field teams to go out there to visit our healthcare facilities and also build a database. First thing for us is we have to have a database. How do we sell? To the end user? The end user, the product comes in, but we need to take it to the end user. So in getting to the end user, we have to have the database of these outlets. I use the word outlets here, and I'm going to use it interchangeably. I'm saying healthcare facilities. Our healthcare facilities will include both our general hospitals, our pharmacy, our clinics, and all that. But in getting this database, we need to ensure that we are having the accurate data in our database. So how do we do that? So in identifying this, we need to, first of all, get that and get the reps to assign the reps to each of them and ensure that they are able to visit areas that they are allocated to. I heard when Mr. Kumar was talking of that function of geofencing. So first thing for us would be identify the area. Let me quickly go through this. Identify the area that you are assigned to. It's not okay. That's what. Okay. I see now. Okay. With the solution we're talking about, we're saying first thing first, we're giving you a solution that will enable you to plan. Failure to plan is planning to fail. So first thing, the organization needs to plan. So in planning, you talk of how many visits do my reps need to visit? How many healthcare facilities or how many outlets do we need to have to make this number? Which territory am I covering? What is our sales target? So all these will come about in planning. In planning, you talk of the schedules. Which route plan do they need to take? In doing that, we said this tool will enable you to have a simple tool for tracking, for planning the activities on map, and you can also see where they go to on the map, all your points of interest on the map. You see that coming up. You also get a complete view. And I'll be talking of database, a complete view of all your database. I heard when it was saying things just like that. When you go to sell, how am I sure, for instance, that those reps are at the location where they are supposed to go to? So what the solution is doing is trying to check the behavioral pattern of this rep, what they are doing, how are they engaging the outlets. When I say engaging, where they go to these outlets, what do they do? If they are going to do medical detailing, for instance, how do they see the healthcare professionals? How do they follow that time? Do they follow that time that will be set out for them? How are they doing all this? And you will see all this coming up even historically. We see the historical visit that they are doing. But then first thing first would be, how do we help you have a clearer objective of what they need to do? So with our solution, you have a clearer objective. Clearer objective here meaning that organization's objective being that this is what we are supposed to do. These are the number of outlets you are supposed to visit. These are the number of SKU you are supposed to sell. These are the number of healthcare professionals you are supposed to see in a day. There are all these. These are objectives that I'll be giving. But the thing is, rep being who they are, medical reps being who they are, or sales rep being who they are, if they go, how are you sure that they are actually going to those places? So with our solution, you can actually track when they start their visit, and when they end their visit. So with that tool, you can just log on to the backend, because all of us here are backend managers. So you can log on to the backend to actually see what each of them are doing. So field rep reporting on the fly. So we're saying that field rep don't need to carry diary. They don't need to carry diary to take information from each of the outlets they are visiting anymore. They don't need to do that. So all they need to do is that when I get to those locations, I come on with a solution that is already on my mobile, that works in any of the Android devices, that is already on my mobile. I input. I don't even need to I don't need to input price, the price of my product. No. All the activities that I'm doing, all this process of, am I going to do a stock check at the pharmacy? Am I going to do a shelf check? Am I going to take a photographic image? All those things are already been automated. So all you need to do is to just you enter it into the system. And at the back end, it is analyzed and is presented to management right there at the head office. So what the manager needs to do, for instance, is that I am managing Kano, for instance, and I'm having 15 reps. Let's say 100 reps in Kano. If I have 100 in Kano, how are they distributed? How are those outlets that they are managing? So if I log on to the back end and I'm now seeing that these reps, out of the 100 that I have, I am seeing only 5 of them being active. So what do? At that time, I need to pick up my phone, and because I can see those that are active, I can also see those that are not active. I can also see the area that they are covering. So I cannot call either the rep or I call the line supervisor to ask, what is happening here? It is already 12 noon. Why are your people not there on the field? It will be surprised because I'm already seeing these things from the back end. So I don't need to be there. So in that same light at the end of the day, the rep is able to communicate real time with the back end. As it's entering those figures into the handheld device, it is being synchronized to the back end. So managers at the back end can see the real time from the dashboard. You can see from the dynamic dashboard, you can see what is happening on the feed. And you can also see historical visits. I see that when Mr. Kumar was talking again, just like he mentioned that, for instance, if a rep collects money I sold into a pharmacy A, and I've collected 100,000, I sold 100,000, I've collected 60,000. How do I know that this rep paid that money to the bank, or is actually 60,000 that he has collected? So what we've done on our part is we created that database. In creating that database, you have the phone number, the details of the outlet manager, and the details of the outlet owner. So as the rep is collecting that money, if at all it's on account receivable, on credit, or cash, as he's collecting that money, he entered into the database. It's being recorded at the back end. So what then happens is, during reconciliation, the guys in the back office, either in their account, they can see these numbers coming up, and they can pick up their phone and call the outlet. This man collected 60,000 for you. He sold 100,000 for you. Have you given him the money? What are you having? So you can place that direct call because you can easily see it coming back to you from that real-time information that you are getting. You can also get reports on visit, sales, orders taken from those areas. Now, the other thing that I also like to point out for us, we've talked of the way the pharma businesses. In terms of sales, we talk of sales, we talk of that behavior, the behavior that these guys are carrying out at this outlet. So the other thing is also on the medical detailing itself, which is a very key functionality in the medical sector. So how do you ensure that these guys are detailing and your drugs are being prescribed? Because if your drug is not prescribed, it cannot be purchased. So you need to ensure that as they are carrying out either a single detailing or multiple detailing, that these are being reported back to your back end. Now we can track your sales. We can also track your coverage. Any organization is interested in, we're talking of when the the guest speaker was, the chief guest speaker was speaking earlier on. He was talking of numbers. He said 20 million. 20 million. Imagine somebody buying 10 naira and look at it. He was talking of 20 million profit that you can make. But then, if you do not make use of that number and you can't track it, there's no way you can go ahead to say, I want to increase my territory. Because I don't even know my territory. As a business, you must know your territory. You must know the numbers of outlets, of air care facilities that you know that will bring in that numbers that is needed. So in terms of tracking value, so in terms of tracking your value, in terms of tracking your quantity, in terms of tracking your product, you can see then as it is, and also historically, if the way the outlet is doing now, it was doing before, and what it's doing now. So that will also encourage you to say, how many outlets do I really need? How many air care facilities do I need to make these numbers when you are budgeting? So you can also track potential market for your product. How do you do this? Tracking potential market for your product. Like the last statistic I saw, for instance, I know that the number of pharmaceutical outlets in Lagos alone, what I saw was not up to 200,000. And I know it was not up to 200,000. And I know too well that this can be more than this with the way Lagos is. But as a business, we have to keep doing that. In building that database, it has to be very dynamic. Our solutions enable you to kind of, build your database on the go. As you are going, as new outlets are coming up, as new hospitals are coming up, you keep adding it to your database. You can also collect feedback from all those locations. It's automated. Collecting feedback from how the people are using your product, how people selling your product are seeing it. You can see that coming up to you. Now, you can also track your merchandising materials. For most merchandising materials that we're giving out, your branded material, either T-shirt, flyer, banner, and all those things that you see. If I go into a pharmacy, what will give me, I'm talking in terms of visibility. You give me visibility. The visibility equates to product availability. Not necessarily so. But I need to be visible for me to know that my product is being sold here. But the solution can help you now to track those elements you are giving out. Those dangler, those T-shirts, those tabletops you are giving out. The solution can track it on your behalf. You can also know exactly who and what is being given out. I want to do detailing. I saw this consultant today. So after seeing the consultant, what did I actually give to the consultant? The system will record it so that at the end of the day, you can see it from the back end that this item was actually given to this particular person. We can also get photographic evidence. This again is very key. Before we get started, when we upload your data, we ensure that all your medical, your healthcare facilities are all geotagged. So that when rep go to visit that place tomorrow, they cannot be in another place and say they are in that particular place. So if they give you for photographic evidence, if there's snap in that place, they cannot tell you that where I am here, where I'm not here, because it's going to be the photograph itself come with time and location stamp. The app is so smart that you cannot upload any image to it. So when it comes to you, you are going to see it as it's being taken from that particular location. This is the solution we're talking about. This is how the solution is. Now, this is the mobile part. You see the way the mobile is, you can see how to, this is your login page, and that's your schedules, that's invoice. And now all this has been modularized. It is of different modules. From these modules, you have various things that you do. For instance, you have inventory, you have the sales, you can take order, you can do merchandising, you can do all sorts with this. And part of it is also where you also do your medical detailing. All these are automated and they are all recorded. Then we also talk of the back end. Now, I'll be talking of the back end. This is the back end for management. This is what management sees. This is what management sees. So as those information are coming in from the front end, they come to the back end so that I'm in Lagos, but I can see what is happening in Port Harcourt. So I don't need to be there. I just need to call to say these things I need to confirm. I need to confirm what is happening over there. Now, I will just go straight to some of the benefits and some of the features. Now, at the end of the day, what we are achieving is that your reps are able to plan, they are able to engage, And they are able to track, and they are also able to report back those activities that is happening out there on the field, on the go. So they don't need, for instance, they don't need to start sending end of day reports, as the case may be. Now, these are some of the things I've spoken earlier on. In terms of planning, you plan your schedules and you do all that. I'm trying to skip these, so I go to some of the key features. That we have. Tracking is very important for us. How do we track our territory? Now, for Lagos, for instance, it's important that you can see whatever it is that is happening in Lagos can be replicated across the country. So it is important, for instance, each of the areas in Lagos is properly marked out to different area for your area of coverage. So this solution will give you, as a business, you know the area that is highly visited, an area that is least visited, the area that is least covered, and the area that is most covered. So that's what tracking will do for you. When you define those things out, you are going to see how this turn out for rep to be able to cover their area that they be assigned. Because at the end of the day, it ensures that all your areas are well covered. Then in terms of reporting, getting that again online, I just wanted to go through to some of the, sorry please, I just wanted to go through some of the features that we have. We have these geolocation features, date and time stamp, these are already mentioned. We have auto address grabber, because we know that the rep needs to use the solution, it needs to be an enabler. It does not need to be, we need to make it as simple as possible. So this solution is made simple for, imagine me being here, my solution, I don't need to input the address. The solution automatically grabs the address of this place because it's working with the geo coordinates and with Google Map. It picks it up, you don't need to input it. So the rep cannot even lie about it. But in summary, because I can say that, so in summary, what we present ourselves, we'll be able to launch this across sectors, as we said, and we now have both those in the pharmaceutical industry that kind of uses the solution as it is right now. That's how it comes. Let me go back there. I want to show you that. That's how it comes out on the map, where you can see the map view and all that. But I wanted to quickly go to, yeah. Now these are some of the organizations that currently some are collaborated with us already using the solution across, and this has come up in different. The good thing for us is that this is a Nigerian solution. We are here and we provide this after sales service here. So in the solution, we are able to listen to you and come up with, because none of these two organizations use this solution in the same way. So you tell me that your process is different. But at the end of the day, we are able to customize it. We are able to make it fit to meet your need. So at the end of the day, you don't need to go that far to get what you will naturally get here in this in this environment. And we keep doing that, and we expect that this will ultimately, because we've had a testimonial from people that are currently using it, that this has actually increased their productivity, increased efficiency, and at the end of the day, even make the staff much happier. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, once again, let's put our hands together for Mr. Godwin Amadin from Papyrus Solutions. He has just made business easier. Thank you so much. Very quickly, we will be listening to our registrar. While he's getting ready, okay, he's already ready. Please, let's put our hands together for the registrar of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, Dr. Elijah Mohammed. Sir.
Thank you very much. I think the young man did not close his business well. He would have asked for orders. Am I correct? Yes. So I will soon come back and join you. Thank you very much. My chairman and my dear colleagues, I don't know what to use. I said they should not be using the word past president. Like in United States of America, you have 15th president, 17th president, because they are still very relevant. Like him, he's still very relevant in all the things we are doing. So, my dear president, I don't know whether you are 13th, 14th, 15th, or it's combined. So, welcome you. Then, my dear Prof, thank you, sir, for coming. There's no presentation because we made presentation some time ago, and I believe some of us have seen it. Here, we are just here to do question and answer for those who have not really understood what we are talking about. And this journey on the issue of pharmaceutical representatives and sales representatives started with this young man, this prince, when he was your president, your chairman. And since then, we have been working on it. And that has led to the coming up of the regulations. Because for a very long time, there has not been regulation on pharmaceutical products marketing, and this has contributed to the chaotic drug distribution in Nigeria is experiencing, because most of the reps will just do whatever they think they feel is right. Council has been receiving reports of unethical practice by pharmaceutical marketers and their representatives. Many have been dragged to Council disciplinary committee and the tribunal by their companies. There was one of our colleagues, I think he was owing the company 46 million naira. He said, it's terrible. So they dragged him, and we're still working on he was still facing the disciplinary committees, and then he asked for a letter of good standing. And we have to step the letter down, and the lawyer wrote that at least he has paid 3 million. So he has the fundamental right to travel to anywhere he or she is going. I said he can travel, but he cannot get letter of good standing because he's not of good standing in Nigeria. So that is the extent of these behaviors that some of our younger ones get themselves involved in. The Council regulation of pharmaceutical product marketing will bring sanity to the Nigeria drug distribution system one way or the other. It will also promote ethical practice amongst pharmaceutical marketers, sales representatives, and allied players in the healthcare system. The regulation provides for who is pharmaceutical representative and who is a sales representative, and spells out the code of practice for each of these categories. And I'm sure we all have the regulations, and we have read it. Each regulation is expected to be registered by PIS. Each category is expected to be registered by Council, issued a biannual certificate. This certificate will start by January 2022, and all pharmaceutical companies are expected to key into this. Yes, this has been a thorny issue, and some if you don't want to hear, you must hear it. Whether you like it or not, we shall hear it. Don't mind it. Yeah, I called it a thorny issue because some of your leadership have called for restraint in the day of implementation. That when is it going to commence? because there are certain things they believe should be put in place. So I told them the law is made for man, man is not made for law. We really need to talk about that and then know how to move forward. And henceforth, a person will not be permitted to act as a pharmaceutical or sales representative or present himself as a pharmaceutical or sales representative on behalf of a company in the Nigerian pharmaceutical industry without an accreditation and renewal of permit by the council. And this permit is not personalized, it's for the company. Because you'll be with the company for the next 2 years if you so wish. And if you are going to resign from that company, definitely the company has to give a letter of release before we can give you a new permit. And with this, we'll be able to have the database of every one of them. And also, it will be a clearinghouse. And also, we believe that Pharmacy Council of Nigeria and NAIP, because there used to be the NAIP Academy, I hope it's still there. We are supposed to have a training process. Because right now, Council is with the help of SFH, that's the integrity component of SFH. We are now putting on some trainings. We are doing a trial of which before you become a PPMV license holder, you have to go through a training in accredited School of Health Technology. So we believe the era of read and write and handling of pharmaceutical product has come to an end, and people need to be well educated and well enlightened to understand and appreciate what drugs are and why they should do certain things and why others should not. So I believe that academy will have some modules that will be relevant in all area of practice in that in terms of sales and marketing. And as I said to the chairman, there should be a standing committee. Pharmacy Council of Nigeria will bring two members of that committee, and NAIP and other related associations should also contribute so that we can have a roadmap on how this thing can be fully implemented, both the training and practice of whatever these individuals are doing. I therefore call on all pharmaceutical associations, groups, and individuals in the pharmaceutical marketing landscape to take cognizance of the regulations as this will be enforced sometime in the year 2022. You are all enjoined to get a copy of the regulations, read it, and abide by the code of conduct stated therein, as there is no ignorance in law. Thank you. Questions and answers.
Can we do better than that for our registrar? The double prophet. Thank you, sir. Question and answer session. Chairman, sir.
Right. Mr. Registrar, please, can you come to this side, please? It is. But it's geolocated. You talked about geofencing. This is geolocation. It's geolocation.
And then there's going to be a barrier around you, so because a lot of bomb shells will be released.
Dear colleagues, can we just for a moment have one meeting? Can we clap again for our registrar, please? This is an important segment of this meeting. Perhaps one of the key reasons that NAIP put this together. We have a registrar who is true and true part of us. God has given him the rare grace of professional stand, very strong professional stand, and very human approach, and realistic. Mr. Registrar, we thank you. It is not compulsory that he must come. The law is the law, and he did say man is made for law, law is made for man. I don't know how he put it. But my understanding is that he is available to listen, and that is what is demonstrated. So we're going to take some few questions if we have. If we don't have, he already has an answer. The standing committee, which he recommended. Mr. Registrar, I did intimate you informally that we had wanted to have a round table discussion with you. So what NAIP has done, I don't know if Bola Shoromeku is still in the house. If he was, that would only be Epin and Epimin not here, because we might as well have a conversation. But regardless of that, we want to thank you for your openness. Yeah, we also have people online that can also ask questions. We recognize all our colleagues and friends listening online. We appreciate your patience of being with us and listening carefully. Please, you can ask your question either by speaking out, I hope it will be audible, or by leaving a question on the chat room. And once you keep your question on the chat room, the program directors will pick it out and the registrar will deal with it. Thank you very much. I yield the floor to you, Director of Program, to quickly mop up the questions because sugar level is going very low. So we must fast track this meeting before we go to diminishing returns.
All right. Thank you, sir. Questions? Do we have written or? Anyone coming online? Yeah, we also have Santosh Kumar here, so he's also willing to take any question you may want to ask him.
Okay. Yeah, from Zoom, Uche Ndubisi is asking if the new law, I think that's for the registrar, if it's on hold. Is it on hold? I think that's coming from the statement made by the registrar that, there has been some correspondence and then they are discussing. So that person obviously is asking, is it that the law is on hold or it's a question? Registrar, sir.
I hope he's our colleague and he has an annual license to practice. Because I will first of all want to ask him whether he did forensic law in pharmacy. Regulation has come to be and it takes effect January 1st, 2022. But however, I made a statement. I say your leadership have called for a dialogue. And that dialogue needs to be straightened out. But that does not mean you should not go and register. The law is already in place. So to answer your question is that we will not start enforcing it now. But if you want to be a good citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you abide by the rules and regulations that has already been put in place concerning that practice, pending where we'll catch up with you. Thank you.
Summarily, the law is still very effective.
Any other question? Any other question?
No other questions from online.
Any other question?
Any questions from the house?
Okay. I'm running now. Distinguished colleagues, one more meeting. One meeting again. We are finally coming to the end of this meeting. But if I don't have one meeting, I'll put 3 other speakers. And if we have one meeting, I put only one. So the choice is ours. Okay, so there's quiet, I'll put only one more speaker. Actually, we've come to the end of this meeting, but we want to thank our friend and now a fellow Nigerian, Mr. Kumar, who did a fantastic job, I must say. There are two ways to look at what he did today. One is the technical content of what he presented. Two is the willingness of a CEO to share information. So we must appreciate that what is done today is not very common. So we want to thank him. We'll be discussing that paper as a professional and industry group. A lot of the issues, some of the issues he has highlighted are underpinning the reason why the registrar has the gazette he has. So you can see they all go hand in hand. We have a presentation to make to him, after which the chairman of the Board of Trustees, he cannot come here and not tell us anything. On two levels. One is in his capacity as the chairman of our Board of Trustees. Two is as one of the most informed, erudite, knowledge giver in our space. He came in and he shared a slide with me, and the slide was like a summary of what we have been trying to do since 8 o'clock. And I asked him, where are you? Were you sleeping when you were writing this? He said, oh, he was listening to us and doing 2 other meetings. But we'll give him the floor. Maybe his summary will become the communique. So that is easy work for you guys. But for now, Mr. Chairman, if you come forward, we need to present this to our brother together. Mr. Kumar.
A round of applause for Mr. Kumar for his benevolence. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I will also present to this. You should be on the other side. Let me. On behalf of all of us, the chairman and his executive and members of NAIP and PSN at large, actually, it's our pleasure to present this to you, sir.
Thank you so much for sharing with us your wealth of knowledge.
I also have another presentation to make. You know, when the person who asked question online asked, there was a counter question, does that man have license? So I think I have license, but I don't want mine to be taken away. So when that question came, I said, you call yourself chairman, better open your eye. So I have a presentation to make to our registrar as well. And I won't keep it last. No. You know, I am very emotional about our registrar, because he's a gentleman who has come a long way with all of us. I always tell him, double profit. For such a time like this, where you made a registrar, God already knows there will be a lot of contentious issues and put you there. And we can all attest to the fact that he has done a fantastic job. He has done a fantastic job. You know, so on behalf of all of us, the chairman and his executive and all of us in NAIP, we want to thank you for finding time to come, sir, and for finding the space to also address us on the issue. You know, for you, your door is never closed with us, so it is constant. So I want to say thank you very much, sir.
A round of applause for the Registrar of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, Dr. NAIP Mohammed.
So now, okay, let him finish. He will finish, yeah. So now I put up the last speaker, our BOT chairman. I don't need to call his name. I will just say Prof. Prof, take the floor.
Thank you. Okay. Even though the chairman asked me to take the floor, the chairman of NAIP, who is my direct boss for now, has asked me to do one thing before I take the floor, and that is to present something to the chairman for today, who has done a very wonderful work. He's been a mentor to me for many years. He's practicing an area that is very difficult for me, manufacturing. We have been neighbors for many years, and when he joined the industry, he has really shown what consistency, what resilience is all about. And he has really played a very key role in the industry for decades now. Of course, he's married to a pharmacist like me, so I always look up to him. It's a great inspiration to me. On behalf of Nigeria Association of Industrial Pharmacists, we would like to present this to you for being a very wonderful chairman, for a highly academic, please join us, the chairman, for a highly informative and highly educative presentations today, which you chaired. You are really renowned for knowledge, and we have a common friend who mentors both of us. I think it's in Latin America. It's back in Boston. Okay, it's in Boston. And so I will let him know that you did a very wonderful day today. God bless you. Thank you. All right. Permit me to just speak just for a few minutes. When I was coming here, I remember in 2017, the former chairman for NAIP, my mentor, another mentor, I have several mentors, they mentor me on different things. Because so many people are seeing president, they are talking to him. Can we ask the president to join the people on the high table? Please. Please, you must join them. Otherwise, I will not talk. I'm your senior, so you have to join them. So, at least so. Exactly, in that corner. Where the registrar can remove your name if you don't go. In fact, I will just tell him. You may be president, but at least. Thank you. All right. And I recollect Pharmacist Prince Benga Falabi invited me to a program in Sheraton Hotel, 2017. It is the summary of my keynote address, which was considered to be so long. I presented for about 2 hours. So I have 2 slides that summarize everything. I look at what you are discussing today, and I didn't want you to go away with a feeling that there's so much problem in the pharma industry. The solution to that problem are sitting here. Number 1, the summary of what I picked up today, looking at the program and listening, because I joined you from the beginning, thanks to technology. So I was listening to you while I was also doing some other thing in the office simultaneously, and eventually I moved on. Number 1 is for you to do a thorough analysis of the value chain. Like Santosh told us, don't do the things you are not strong on. Transfer the risk. Pfizer did this in 1997 when we transferred the risk of distribution to distributors. And today, each of the reps are responsible for demand generation. The logistics of supply, everything was outsourced. It's also important for us to understand that it is time for the industry to come together. Okay, was discussing with me. NAIP cannot do everything for the industry alone. But NAIP with Narufan, with APIN, with Indian PIN, with which other PIN exists? PMG man and all these things. When we work together, we'll be a very strong force that will be able to talk to government with one voice, because most of the things we wanted from different angles are the same. Maybe the speed is slightly different. So if we work together, imagine the quantity of paracetamol that is being produced or used up in this country by 200 million people. So it's enough for somebody to start to produce API, paracetamol, or acetaminophen, that you can now take to the industry for manufacturing. We also need to, therefore, analyze value chain from the beginning to the very end and outsource those things we do not know how to do. 2, it's time, the CBN person is not here. The recommendation I made 2017 that CBN special interest rate to help in funding. We already have a special rate now at about 10%. But if we really want to grow the business, the industry has to meet the CBN and explain to CBN that the aggregate profitability in the pharma industry is actually within the range of about 15% to 23%. And when you have that, you are a very wonderful manufacturer. That's the truth. Unfortunately, the pharma industry is the one that funds the entire value chain. We are the one, when he goes to the bank, he borrows money at about 25%, outside the 1% per quarter, legal fee or whatever they call it. And it sells to wholesalers. Wholesalers enjoy credit. If you remember that. Yes. Then wholesalers sells to community pharmacies. Community pharmacies take every kobo for all sales they make. So the cash is in the hand of community pharmacies, who decides to pay the wholesaler after a month or 90 days, or as at when he feels so. Like as a community pharmacist, if I don't feel like paying now, I can marry 2 other. Now, you have not paid the manufacturer. And so the manufacturer is the one funding the entire industry. So the 10% that CBN is offering is not a good incentive. It has to be 5%. And don't ever think anything is impossible. I mean, I've worked with CBN, a lot of things are possible. So they can actually fund all the things you do at official rate. They can give you things at lower interest rate. Next is to restructure education, sir. When you look at the pharma industry, you realize that experts like are so few. When you talk of NAIP, you are dominated by people in marketing and sales. Am I correct? People in manufacturing are so few. Now, the pharmaceutical industry cannot have a leapfrog unless we have people that are attracted to basic manufacturing, quality control. So our educational system, while we are moving towards clinical pharmacy, must never forget industrial pharmacy. Because we don't have enough people to actually help us. And so today we can hardly get Nigerian pharmacists to work in the pharmaceutical industry without Indians being invited to come and do the work. And so we must find ways, genuinely, to encourage the educational system that promotes manufacturing. I just quickly run through the others. We have to build and promote entrepreneurship from schools as well. Advocacy and politics is so important. My brother and my immediate past chairman, Ignatius, had been sending notes about the need for us to embrace politics. Most of the things we are suffering from in pharmacy can be resolved with somebody in power. Was in Lagos. What did he do? He just looked at a group of lawyers who are magistrates. He looked at what he could do for them, and he found out that he could not give them special salary inside the system beyond what they are entitled to. He arranged for every single magistrate to have a car. A guy who did IT with me and who decided to go and do law was just a French magistrate. She got a car. So, unless we find ourselves in politics, it's not enough for us to be on social media and be criticizing government in power. Go and get your PVC and vote. Number 2, participate by being a consultant to a politician, write strategic documents for them, play some role or the other if you do not want to subject yourself to be a politician. Number next, I've spoken about R&D through academia. It's not enough for us to feel that we must do things the way Pfizer does it. We already have an R&D in place, thanks to the immediate past chairman and the current chairman with the work we are doing with academia. I'm so glad, because there are a lot of things the academia can release to us. The people in academics already have a laboratory. There are some things they are doing at a very small scale that when it is given to the industry, we can achieve. Just imagine, why should somebody be making money in forever living products and not pharmacists? No, think of it. Don't we have enough herbs in this country? I mean, why should somebody like Okolonyu be one making billions and not pharmacists? when we can actually produce this thing you use regularly, Benga. What do they call it? This thing they use. They use it, you know. I mean, of course, somebody should be making money, or it is not Guinness should be making money from what it's included in alcoholic, something. So we need to start production of raw material, like I mentioned. Nutraceuticals, green pharmacy is important, like cyclavit, moringa, coconut, olive, sour gourd. Those are the things we can start to produce. We shouldn't wait for multinationals alone. I mean, if Forever Living Products can make billions in Nigeria out of something produced there, and the materials we have in our own country is superior to even to the content of aloe vera. So it's time for pharmacy. The same thing with cosmetics. It's school start holders who are producing Lerichin, Okechin. It should be pharmacy. That's the truth. Because we know we learned how to make, how to make creams, and then emulsion. I remember those days, if it breaks, your dispensing, you score 0. So now we've learned all those things, but it is these other people who are taking advantage. We need to look for regulatory to promote fast product launch. That means the industry have to engage NAFDAC to also accelerate product registration so that we will not lose. I think Santosh has spoken enough about the use of digital, not just for distribution, but also in manufacturing. And marketing role, distribution and pricing to promote access, drug quality against fakes, retail business, PCN should continue to encourage startups, and retail engagement of patients for adherence and better therapeutic engagement. We need to drive new products, basic R&D for green and new chemical entity. We need to learn how to recruit new patients, awareness using NGOs, operational excellence using modern manufacturing, and find a way to create customer loyalty and engage patients. Before I leave, I normally hear a lot of people tell me that the problem in Nigeria is so much. Worldwide came into existence in Nigeria. Are they planning to leave? So it's Worldwide not just a young company. Worldwide is a very young company in distribution. The major problem we have is lack of professionalism in understanding business analytics. Nigeria is made up of 200 million people. 70% of the population are said to be poor. Am I correct? Good. 70% cannot afford any medicine, except the kind of okolonyo and all those preparations made locally. What of the 30%? 30% of 200 million is 60 million. 60 million is just a little bit short of population of the entire UK. What that means is 60 million is more than 4 times the population of Belgium. 60 million is 10 times the population of Switzerland. 60 million is huge. It's more than the population of South Africa. So just think about it. Even if we address the upper class and the middle class, there's a huge market for pharmaceuticals in this country. So the first presenter, Johnson Chukwu, when he was making presentation and was explaining, it is because we have not allowed for formalization enough, one. Number two, it's just like somebody talking about Nigeria and saying Nigerian GDP is $500 billion. And some people will see this and say, no, under devaluation it's now 400 and something. It's not true. It is not. I've lived here all my life. Nigeria GDP is not less than 1.5 trillion. Quote me, trillion. The private sector actually accounts for the economy. All of you are waiting for budget before you decide what you want to do in 2022. You don't need budget. You don't need government budget. Government budget is just a very little part. The private sector is the one driving the economy. And the more you understand that there's a market, if there's no market here, why are there new companies coming to Nigeria and they are thriving? You see, there's no market in Nigeria. An Indian Singaporean came to this country and started to make Indomie, and he's selling not less than 1 billion Indomie every day, including Sunday. His annual turnover is in excess of 366 billion. You say there's no market in this country. All the people who are coming, who are new in pharmaceuticals, they are thriving, they are doing well. The old is still looking at the old model. No. The old ones must start to see that there's a big opportunity because my mom is included, my parents are included in the 70% poor people. But they can afford modern medicine courtesy of me. They can afford telecom courtesy of me. Am I communicating? You must therefore know that the market is far bigger than even the 30% because of the extended family system. Nigeria is a giant. It's a big potential in the pharmaceutical industry, but we must follow the steps that India has taken, the steps that Bangladesh has taken, the steps that some of the countries like Pakistan has taken, and we must therefore get government to see that the amount they are spending on health can actually, in Forex, can be reduced by putting value on the table for them, that they are willing to work together. And so if we gather data of paracetamol raw material, that will interest somebody like President Yakasai, His Excellency, to actually bring in foreign people who will come and set up an API company to produce paracetamol. And we also have our own API that are based on green pharmacy, pharmaceutical and nutraceuticals. It is time for us to really wake up. We have had enough of these conferences. What we require is action. And action cannot take place unless there is data. So when we get back to you, the Board of Trustees, when we start to ask you for data, please don't look at the way Santosh has shared data with us. If he's willing to share data with us, he knows that you cannot set up a distribution system tomorrow and just compete with him. Because the data doesn't give you the strategy. It doesn't. So, and I've been a stickler for data sharing dating back since 1987, when we had the industry to start to share data. Without data, we cannot go anywhere because when you are seeking for advocacy, you get to the front of the CBN governor. The first thing I want to tell him is to say, the raw material in this area is about this. The size of this is about this. You want to get to the minister for finance and say, we want exemption on ampicillin or things like that. You say, this is the volume of ampicillin we sell in this country. And even this social country does not sell as much ampicillin as much as us, the duty there is this low. Because our duties are high, truly. So, but without data, so when we start to seek for data, please understand that we really need data to help you. The Board of Trustees have tried to look at some little things you can start to put together, put a strategy together towards the future of NAIP. We have seen the pharma industry in Ethiopia transform the entire pharmaceutical industry in Ethiopia. We've seen the same thing happen in Turkey. It can happen in Nigeria. Nigeria is bigger than all these countries we are talking about. The economy of Lagos alone will be number 5 in Africa if we were to be a separate country. Now, the entire country combined is far bigger than Ethiopia, far bigger than all these other countries that are doing well. We should not be importing from East Europe. They should be importing from us because our overhead in labor overhead is low when you translate to dollars. So the cost of producing here is low. So it's time for us to engage government to improve our infrastructure because the cost of diesel, the cost of private electricity is higher for us. So let's look at all this now and work together. I want to thank my chairman, my current chairman, Uncle Ken, and the mentor to me, along with all the other managers and let's the chairman for giving me this opportunity. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. You can see that my decision to put our Board of Trustees chairman on the floor is well deserved. Can we clap for him again, please? Distinguished colleagues, we are at the end of this meeting, virtually speaking. The only item left is to call the chairman to take a vote of thanks or somebody he appoints, and then we take our lunch, hoping it's not very cold. But before I hand over the mic to him, I understand that the president of PSN is online. He sent somebody to represent him, and when the deputy president South was speaking, he did say that the president of PSN may join. I understand he's online. And if he's on standby, we are very glad to give him the floor virtually from wherever he is. Mr. President, if you can hear me, yours sincerely, on behalf of
I can
NAIP,
hear you
would like
very
to
well,
take the
sir.
floor. You're welcome, sir. Let's clap for him.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate. I've actually followed very well all the discussions, and I've listened intently. I've been properly educated, and I think I can speak on a better platform on what I have learned. I just want to congratulate Ken and indeed NAIP for a beautiful job well done, and it can only get better. And I'm confident with our regulator, double Prophet Dr. Elijah, things can only get better with us. Once again, congratulations and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, at this time, I think I have come to the end of my assignment and the assignment of all of us on this table. I feel highly honored, to be honest, to have been invited to attend this meeting and for the honor of being made the chairman. I don't take it for granted. I want to assure you that some of us are very much strongly with you. When you don't see us physically in person, it only means that we're doing something else that is not more important than being here, but that is equally important to do. And be rest assured we will come. Of course, the companies we work for remain very strong members of NAIP, and we send delegates in whatever form. I started this meeting by asking that we should make this meeting count. And the chairman of the Board of Trustees also said it, that if we just talk, and leave it there, it doesn't help anybody. He said something that should make you very, very proud. When some of us started NAIP, some people in this room, in a positive way, were still trying to write their WAEC. Some were still trying to write JAMB. So it is a thing of honor to come here and see that that same association is stronger than when we left it. And when we look to the pipeline of leadership and membership, we have every confidence that it will get stronger. So we want to thank you, Ken, and all the past chairmen who are here. We want to thank you for the job you've done with NAIP over the years. We want to thank all the past presidents of PSN that has continuously given NAIP very strong support and made it a very focal point. We want to thank the Registrar and all the CEOs who are here. I want to thank you. My last word would be, pharmacists, don't give up. We are in a pole position to win in everything we want to do. But let's not wait for ideal situation. If WWCVL was waiting for when Nigeria will be ideal, Far East Mercantile wouldn't create what today is a global supply chain that is quoted in the world. So there will never be a perfect time for us. There will never be a time where all indices, my friend says, all variables are favorable. You will never come to a point where all variables are favorable. But that is why we are here. So let's begin to put action to all we have said. We don't have to wait, Mr. Chairman. If we need to form partnership, let's form. If we need to form working groups, let's form. If we need to, if you need to come to me for all the I've been canvassing industry interest group, we'll push it. Benga canvassed for that when he was chairman. Everybody canvassed for that. Emeritus President was in favor of that. Whatever will bring us together, let's do it. On that note, I want to thank you for the honor. God bless you.
All right. May we now invite the Vice Chairman. Okay, the Chairman, please.
One or two announcements before the Vice Chairman our Vice Chairman number 1 gives us the vote of thanks. Next month, which is March, we are going to have our CEOs Forum. And I want to use this opportunity to ask our CEOs to please attend. It's one of our major events of the year, where we discuss key issues bordering on the industry. Then in May this year, we are going to have also our annual general meeting, annual conference. You know, NAIP will continue to table issues that actually concern the entire citizen in the forum. And one of the things we want to address during that period is the issue of drug and medicine security. You cannot be talking of drug or medicine security, honestly, without talking about APIs. It's our intention that time to bring in top experts, locally and internationally, to start guiding us. We must start somewhere. So that one day, we can be rest assured, as my distant said, that even paracetamol, ordinary paracetamol or vitamin C, we have started producing the APIs right here in the country. So on this note, I want to now hand over to our Vice Chairman to give us the vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The chairman of this occasion, please allow me to stand on existing protocols. I most sincerely extend our sincere gratitude to these noble and distinguished personalities present here. I think this forum has not only availed us the opportunity to see most of you distinguished by face, but also to match the name with the faces. I think it's a real privilege for some of us here to have you in our midst. To all our colleagues present here today, we want to extend our sincere gratitude for this show of brotherhood you've extended to NAIP. On behalf of NAIP and the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, we want to sincerely thank each and every one of us here present today. We wish all of us a safe journey to all our destination. Thank you very much, sir.
And also, we say thank you to all our online participants. All is well that ends well. And of course, there is no doubt in my mind that this gathering has indeed counted. Thank you to our distinguished resource persons. Thank you, NAIP, for organizing this, not just for industrial pharmacies, but for the teeming population of pharmacists in Nigeria. Because not only have we here physically participated, but a lot of people have participated virtually. On this note, I'd like to say thank you to NAIP for having me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. It's been a wonderful time. We're going to have lunch right after now. And please, this is to inform all NAIP members that you will have a closed-door meeting after now. Remember, this ceremony is over for others, but for you, you still have a little more activity. Thank you. My name is Pharmacist Joseph Ebirim, MC Dr. Spice. Thank you for having me. Do have a wonderful time deliberating. God bless you. Hello. I'd like to also appreciate my teacher, my leader, pharmacist, Theophilus Emeka Adimoha, the T, FPSN. Thank you so much. Members of the high table will be taking a photograph now, and I also thank pharmacist Emeka Ndinechi for your able help. Thank you so much for making today memorable. Sir, thank you and God bless you.